another day. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. 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 Heaven can wait another day. Another day. Heaven can wait another day.
KUAM-FM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Hello, my baby, how are you doing? I really miss you. I can't wait to be in your arms tonight. Boy, your body is my serenity. Sweet melodies I hear when you kiss me, just like the first time. Do you remember the first time? 'Cause I do, it was so that's why I'm still in love with you. I still care for you. You are more than the one for me. You are too much of a blessing, and I'm overwhelmed. You bring heaven to hell. Yes, you bring heaven to hell. Oh yes, you do. You are too much of a blessing. So baby, can you touch me? 'Cause I still feel like I'm dreaming. Yes, boy, you got me feeling, and I already had you. Oh, hey, you opened your heart for me to come in, just like the very first night. Do you remember the first night? Hell yes, I do. It was so damn amazing, and that's why I'm still in love with you. I still care for you. You are more than the one for me. You are too much of a blessing, and I'm overwhelmed. You bring heaven to hell. Yeah, yes, you bring heaven to hell. Oh yes, you do. You are too much of a blessing, and I'm overwhelmed. You bring heaven to hell. Yeah, yeah, you bring heaven to hell. Oh yes, you do. You are too much of a blessing, and I'm overwhelmed. Driving round, windows down, warm breeze and a soulful sound. I got my mind made up about where I wanna be. Can't nobody take my home from me. There is no place like home. Saying goodbye to how gone. And I'm proud of where I'm from. Yeah, there's no place like home. Palm trees sway both night and day. Paradise is the only way. I got my mind made up about where I wanna be. Can't nobody take my home from me. There is no place like home. Saying goodbye to how gone. And I'm proud of where I'm from. Yeah, there's no place like home. And I will never leave you. And I will never forget. No, no, yeah. I will always take you wherever I go, so that everyone can know. There is no place like
Et zu ita saluda antes de niga radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo el memu a no distancia como kupugi palu Zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata Gaigi, pues atan fanny bandera, co esta pogua pumalapa, giluk tanu man libri, centamiti. Man ko body
Panogi tamoru purita nota kantai matu nyagi todu ilugat parai honra parai gloria Abibais la sin para y honra, para y gloria, Abibais la sin todo y tiempo y paz para hita dan gini langit na bendition Conchay peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Conchay peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon
Osaina, Oaniti, Minumari, Amines Kuntan, Minale. Osaina, Oaniti, Minumari, Amines Kuntan, Minale.
dance, yeah, when nice up the place. Come in and the dance, yeah, you feel it in space. Drum and the bass, I go move your waist. Drum and the bass, I go move your waist. Who now feel this your rhythm? Feel this your flow. Oh, what a feeling so natural. Who now feel this your rhythm? Feel this your flow. Oh, what a feeling so natural. Me pick up me keyboard, put it in me car. Me never realize me have it. Drive off, me run out of gas, me not a star. Hey, me run out of gas, me not a star. Watch it. So me push me car to a gas station. Fill it up, turn up me radio. Guess what? I play up on my stereo. Guess what? I play up on my stereo. Reggae music, some reggae music. Hey, reggae music, some reggae music. Reggae music, some reggae music. Hey, reggae music, some roots music. Little habit that me sight up me brethren. Little reasoning in a this time and season. Little habit that me sight up me sister. Tell me about a youth and them not listen. Oh Jah, guide the youth them today. Come in and they dance, yeah, when nice up the place. Come in and they dance, yeah, you feel it in space. Drum and the bass, I go move your waist. Drum and the bass, I go move your waist. Who now feel this your rhythm? Feel this your flow. Oh, what a feeling so natural. Who now feel this your rhythm? Feel this your flow. Oh, what a feeling so natural. Pick up me keyboard, put it in me car. Me never realize me have it. Drive off and me run out of gas, me not a star. Hey, me run out of gas, me not a star. Watch it. So me push me car to a gas station. Fill it up, turn up me radio. Guess what? I play up on my stereo. Guess what? I play up on my stereo. Reggae music, some reggae music. Reggae music, some reggae music. Reggae music, some reggae music. Hey, reggae music, some roots music. Little habit that me sight up me brethren. Little reasoning in a this time and season. Little habit that me sight up me sister. Tell me about a youths and them not listen. Oh Jah, guide the youths them today. Oh me say, come in and they dance, yeah, when nice up the place. Come in and they dance, yeah, you feel it in space. Drum and the bass, I go move your waist. Drum and the bass, I go move your waist. Now feel this your rhythm, feel this your flow. Oh, what a feeling so natural. Now feel this your rhythm, feel this your flow. Oh, what a feeling so natural. Now feel this rhythm, them now feel this your flow. Now feel this your rhythm, now feel this your flow. Who feels it knows it, yeah. Who feels it knows it. Good morning, Guam. Right on. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good
Man,
morning,
we
Jason.
really went from 0 to 60 on that one. Nice.
Sorry. 6:21. Hey, it's Thursday. I kept thinking it was Friday today.
All week you've been like a day
My
ahead.
days are off, yeah.
I mean, it kind of is your personality that
Yeah.
you're like 3 steps ahead of everybody.
Oh, come
you
on.
would make a kick-ass chess player, I bet.
Wow. Thanks, Jay.
Do you play chess?
Yeah, I tried. But I don't play it because I feel like it should be better. Everyone expects me to be really good at it.
That's hard.
Yeah. Checkers. What's wrong with checkers? It
Ladies
works.
and gentlemen, the Queen's Gambit, Season 2, starring
Right.
Chris Barnett.
Thank you. Jason Salas, good morning. Serena Salas Mantonani. Joe, sir, on the Harmon Cam. What kind of day is it out there, sir?
It's pretty nice.
Pretty nice.
Pretty
right on.
nice.
Beautiful day.
Okay, topic. Right off the top. I just had this thought. Link fam, you guys are included in this as always, right? When was the first time you made a special somebody, right? A dude, a chick, and I don't even know if you can say that
A
anymore.
dude.
Please don't cancel me. All right.
Yeah.
When was the first time you made a significant other, a special somebody, a mixtape? I was in the 4th grade. And you think I'm a dork now? I mean, I'm Brad Pitt compared to how ridiculous I was in the 4th grade. But
Wow.
yeah, but I made a mixtape. I made When Doves Cry, and some Duran Duran, and some Lionel Richie, and I was like, "Will you be my Valentine?" No, okay.
Hiya, day. Yeah, well, joke's on her, Jay,
Yeah.
or him, or whoever.
When was the first time you made it? You made like a mixtape? Was it?
That's why I wanted to be a DJ. I always wanted to be a DJ since I was a little kid. I used to make these little mixtapes, and we'd always get mad when the DJ would talk.
Yeah.
Right? 'Cause he's like recording, and he's like, "Oh, shut up, God."
Hey, with the new track. Here's the boss, Bruce Springsteen, right here on 106 FM.
Hey, little girl, is your daddy home?
Yeah.
Right on.
Bree, did you make more mixtapes or did you receive mixtapes?
Funny thing is, like, yeah, I made mixtapes. Even hard part was like when you had to actually mix the music. Because when I used to perform in high school,
Yeah, Bree was
I would
in
have to make mix music.
Oh, you actually
To-
like what Joser would do. You actually blended the songs like together. See, that wasn't
like,
me. I just like
what'd you use though? Like 8-track?
I had to use the tapes. It was
Oh,
hard.
the tapes, yeah. Cassette tapes, guys. Google it. Yeah, there's little things. They're cassette tapes. What they're called.
So you did the dubbing off of like the wow.
Yeah, and if you were bougie, like if you were from Barragata Heights, you had the boombox with the double
Yeah.
deck, the 2 tape recorders.
Go.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Did you ever walk around your neighborhood with like the boombox? I tried that once.
Dude.
It did not go well. I was walking around like Ipapa stage, like, Beat Street, King of the Beat. I was like, no, this is not gonna work.
Should be that for Halloween.
Yeah, you should, bro.
If you even have one of those.
Imagine me 11 years old, right? Total McDork and everything. I was like, I'm the king of rock. There is no higher. Sucker MCs all call me sire. And everybody was like, no, please stop. Neighbors I didn't even know I had were coming out of their houses. And, Mr. and Mrs. Salas, please tell your son to come back inside.
Yeah.
The homeowners association was asking me to come back inside.
That's our friend Jason. He
True
doesn't.
story.
He doesn't drink coffee.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so
Bree used to be in. Was it like the Cheer Squad or something?
Yeah, pom pom.
Pom
Pom Pom. Yeah, that's why she would be making mixtapes.
Oh, here's a lovely story. Mama Bear. So
Oh.
Debbie Davis from Bardstown, Kentucky says, I made a mixtape when I first got married to my hubby David for him to play in his car. It was a mix of love and of rock.
Oh, there you go. Here I am. Put a little "Rock Me in a Hurricane."
Hey,
Rock Me like a hurricane.
when I get married, if that ever happens, I'm totally getting married to a power ballad.
There you go, Jay. Good luck.
It's like, and now will you please join hands in holy matrimony? It's, when I see you smile, I'm like, this is it. And you guys are invited, by the way.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Right on. Okay.
I mean, technically, you guys are probably going to be in the wedding. So, I mean, I wouldn't hold your breath, but you know, in theory.
Dude, you were a big catch. Ladies, Jason saw this big catch. Tall catch. How tall are you?
6'3".
6'3". Yep. 6'3" of masculinity. The
Oh.
untoxic kind, too. Is that
Okay.
how you say it? Untoxic, non-toxic?
Point of contention from Chamarita Regis. Back in the day, we called them walking jukebox.
Yeah, walking jukebox. Good morning, Chamarita Rages.
Those are great days, man. Mixtapes and everything.
Yeah, the Walkman. Remember?
Spotify is great. MP3s are fantastic and everything like that. But yeah, I mean, you got to go like old school analog. I mean, you would spend hours in your room assembling that kind of stuff, and it was not an afternoon wasted. That was fun times.
Remember when your tape would get all wrinkled and you have to unreel it and
Oh,
then straighten it
gosh.
out and then try and reel it back?
And you use the pencil and you try and like, you know.
Or when you went to your rich cousin's house and they had the fast forward that stopped to the next song? Song Finder. All right, we could go on and do this. It's 6:27 because there's some big news that came out yesterday that we're going to be talking about this morning on the show. As the surge continues, the cases still triple digits. We're still seeing the deaths, but somehow, mysteriously, that car score continues to drop. So we'll have all of that coming up on the show. Dr. Ho Wen, our COVID consultant, stopping by. We're also going to catch up with Dr. Keith Hornucci. He's of the Wellness Clinic. He came on last year. We're talking about healthy lifestyles and little changes, even big changes you can make to just start being more healthier as we're seeing just so many people with the dreaded multiple comorbidities.
You know what
right?
I also like about, really like about Dr. Horinucci? He's been coming on our various programs on KM for years. A lot of people are like, okay, well, somebody's talking about health. I have to change diet, exercise, all that stuff. I mean, a lot of people just reject it on principle. Dr. Horinucci always makes a really good convincing case, and he says, you can do this. You know, this is not hard. It's just behavior patterns, and you know, he's very motivational.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to make a change, and then what was that, Bree? There's some saying where it's like if you do something for a certain amount of time, then it becomes habit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So not all habits are bad, guys. You got to create those good habits and just stick to them. I mean, God, you guys know if you've been following Sabrina and I, we've definitely had our struggles of stops and starts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you know
I'm still trying to start back up.
I know, I got you. This guy I work out with Romeo. This morning he was saying, "Hey, yeah, you showed up. That's the best part." But no, it's not. I mean, showing up is cool, but he's still got to work after that, guys. So, Dr. Horinucci's going to come on. We're gonna ask him about just little things you guys can do, baby steps. Maybe you don't want to make a dramatic life change, but there's little tweaks you can do to your diet to either mitigate or just kind of level off any conditions that you're dealing with, or hopefully not, knock on wood, totally avoid.
You don't necessarily have to have a brownie at the end of every single meal. Just cut that part out.
Moderation.
Yeah, start slowly.
Like Dr. Hoa says, cut everything in half. All right, you don't need 2 scoops of rice, guys.
Be like Brie with the Fruit Ninja. What?
Cut that in half.
Yeah, here's a big steak and a piece of rice.
Then Sabrina, we're getting there's a new Rear Admiral in town.
Mm-hmm.
Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson. He's coming on at 8 o'clock. This is his first appearance on the link, right?
No, he was on before. One time.
Oh, yeah.
We had him on the phone.
That's
a
right.
couple months ago.
Yeah. Jay, what is this auction for Booney?
Okay, so you guys might remember there's this really cool project because, of course, our island has and you really can't underscore this enough. We've got a pretty substantial problem with stray dogs. We reported even at the beginning of this year, 60,000 strays are roaming around like the island's various villages and streets and everything. So the Booney Flight Project is a program that several people came together and they said they want to basically say we want to take these dogs, and they've found matching homes of people that want, because apparently there's a market for Booney dogs in the States. They're really in demand. People are really attracted to Guam Booney dogs, and so they send those dogs off to the States. But that kind of thing, it takes a lot of work, it takes some money, it takes coordination. So there's an auction going on for the next 3 days, starting today, and we're gonna have Lauren coming on and telling you how you can make a bid on some really cool donated prizes, and how you can actually help find these dogs loving homes, and you can help reduce the stray dog problem. Help the mayors out. That's one thing they've always got on their plate.
Right, and then we're gonna head over to the CNMI and catch up with Monica Dioro of the Marianas Climate Change Alliance. They had some solutions here for. There's that. Is that Chandler Ramirez, Bree, where we always go with that illegal dump?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, Chandler Ramirez area. So there's just chronic illegal dumping issues there, and the MCCA with Monica and their gang have worked with the Mayor Anthony Sanchez of Jigo, to come up with some solutions here for illegal dump solutions that hopefully we can kind of cookie cutter into other areas that are problem dumping areas. And then we're also going to catch up this morning with Nick Lee of the Guam Environmental Protection Agency. There's some stuff going on there. They got an update on Marble Cave. And also believe we're going to get update on that case, guys, that we had here on the show was a few weeks back. It was this pesticide technician. Someone had Atambaba'd him, and he went and he poisoned all these birds, like dozen birds, chicharikas, little cute chicharikas. How dare you? What has a chicharika ever done to deserve to die that kind of death, So we'll have an update on that case. And there's also something with abandoned vessels that we're going to ask him about. So that's coming up here on the link, which is proudly brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. And also this morning, I want to really thank our friends at Pepsi for giving us a chance to give you guys a chance to win some pizza this morning as part of National Pizza Month. It's the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Your chance to win coming up this morning, and I believe we're giving away, Vitali's. Oh, yep. So Mr. Joe over there at Vitali's is going to make you up a nice pie, and you're going to be like, forget about it, little mozzarella.
You know, we've been telling our Hannah Devanzo, she's the newest member of our
Right.
news team, and she is Italian.
Yeah.
And she's been saying, how much she loves.
She's
the
been
food
saying
of her
how much she wants to cook a big Italian spread for us, right?
Yeah, so Hannah, we're definitely holding you to that promise.
Right
on. But we've been telling her, and there's a few restaurants, and if you go to Vitali's, Mr. Vitali is gonna treat you as if you're his daughter.
Good guy, yeah. So 6:33, that's coming up with our friends at Pepsi, and they're also proud to present This Word with Jason Solis.
Yes, speaking of Pepsi, Refresh Guam, of course, the island's newest digital hub, so please check them out. They're on Instagram and Facebook right now, and if you go there, you're going to see amazing local content. They update all the time, so you're always going to find something new, something fresh, and something cool. And they've got daily giveaways.
Refresh Guam, truly local.
All right, 6:34, Thursday, October 21st, year of the COVID 2021. Time now for our first newscast of the show from the KUAM News team with the very latest. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Matanani.
Holiday and good morning, everyone. The Joint Information Center last night reported that 49 people are hospitalized for COVID-19. Additionally, there are 3 pediatric admissions, 12 patients receiving ICU level of care, 7 on a ventilator. The JIC also reports that out of the 49 hospitalized patients, 22 are vaccinated, 26 are unvaccinated, and 1 is ineligible to receive a shot. Public Health reports 122 new cases of COVID out of just 1,187 tests. To date, there have been a total of 17,276 officially reported cases of COVID-19, 226 deaths, 2,690 people are in isolation, and 14,360 have recovered. The CAR score continuing to drop. It is now at 16.7. To date, a total of 122,465, that is 89.85% of Guam's eligible population, is fully vaccinated. The Guam Department of Education's daily COVID-19 report for Wednesday also reported 0 positive cases among students and employees. The FDA meets next week to discuss authorizing the Pfizer vaccine for children ages 5 to 11, and the CDC meets the following week. But the Biden administration says it is taking steps now to be ready to give shots to kids if and when that authorization happens. Natalie Brand reports.
The White House rolled out its plan to vaccinate children ages 5 to 11 as soon as it's authorized, which could happen in early November.
These vaccine doses will be shipped with all the supplies needed to vaccinate kids, including smaller needles.
The plan is to give the vaccines in kid-friendly spaces, including more than 25,000 pediatric and primary care provider sites, as well as hospitals, pharmacies, and schools. And the administration is planning an educational campaign to ease any concerns parents may have.
We will work with schools to send letters home to parents. We will convene doctors and health clinics and support them in delivering vaccinations as soon as they have conversations with families.
For adults, the FDA could authorize the mix and match of different COVID vaccines as booster shots as soon as today. The White House COVID response team says more than 2 out of 3 eligible Americans are now fully vaccinated, but there are still holdouts, and some of the unvaccinated are willing to lose their jobs. New York Mayor Bill de Blasio announced all city workers have until the end of the month to get vaccinated, or they'll go on unpaid leave.
I'm saying this to every mayor, every governor, every CEO. It's time for these mandates. Finish this war, or we're going to have COVID with us way too long.
Vaccine mandates are impacting first responders in several cities. Los Angeles Fire reports that there have been about 241 separations from the department. Baltimore's police department is down 279 officers, and in Seattle, a group of firefighters marched up the steps of City Hall to turn in their boots rather than comply with the Washington state vaccine mandate. Natalie Brand, CBS News, the White House.
And with more news now, here's Hannah Devanzo.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Half a day and good morning, everyone. I'm Hannah Devanzo with your headlines here on The Link. KUAM has confirmed that a request from the Department of Public Health has been approved by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. The request was made at the beginning of our current surge in COVID-19 cases to deploy a team from the CDC to assist with technical support. That approval has since been granted, and within the next several days or possibly next week, we should see that team arrive on island. The CDC's arrival follows other assistance from the federal government, such as representatives from the Department of Health and Human Services, which visited Guam last month. It also follows the ongoing deployment of teams from FEMA and DoD to assist with the island's COVID response, including vaccination clinics, testings, the public health lab, and the administration of the monoclonal antibody treatments in Manilao. Millions of dollars in federal aid has been poured into Guam to help fight against COVID-19. Our Daniel Perez takes a closer look at the money and manpower being provided by FEMA.
From test kits to tents, vaccines, and vaccinators, the Federal Emergency Management Agency has been providing assistance to combat COVID on Guam. FEMA Region 9 External Affairs Officer Veronica Verde.
We've obligated almost $37 million to Guam in support of the COVID-19 emergency protective measures. And so this funding includes support to various emergency management measures, such as like the non-congregate sheltering, quarantine facilities, vaccine distribution and administration, PPE, disinfection supplies, Emergency Operations Center, and surge medical staffing.
From money to manpower, FEMA has been working from afar and on the ground battling the virus.
We have 21 nurses to support vaccination efforts. That's a FEMA national contract that will expire in October 31st, 2021. We have 15 nurses to support the monoclonal antibodies administration. That's going to also expire October 31st. We have 6 personnel to support administrative and logistical support. That also expires October 31st. We had deployment of 2 public assistant management personnel to assist Gov Guam with public assistance project worksheets. Additionally, we do have 2 what we call FEMA integration teams. They work really closely with the government of Guam for any resource requests that are coming in to help fight the pandemic. Additionally, we've had over 30 FEMA staff that have been deployed since the pandemic to the government of Guam to help support and curb the pandemic.
As Guam's fight continues, Verde says FEMA will also continue to assist with holding the line.
Guam has worked diligently to help curb the pandemic. The people, the community of Guam are so resilient. They've been through major disasters and now a pandemic. Helping to get vaccinated will help to help curb the pandemic. FEMA is here and will continue to support Guam as long as there is a need.
Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
The latest drop from Guam's epidemiologist, Dr. Anna Pobutsky, shows COVID cases and hospitalizations continue a slow and gradual decline. Dr. Pobutsky's data shows the average weekly case count has dropped by 20 and the 7-day rolling average is less than 100 cases per day. Graph shows COVID cases in all age groups are on a downward trend, except for children's ages 0 to 11, who now constitute the demographic with the highest case rate. Pobutsky also released data on vaccine efficiency. Pfizer has seen the most breakthrough COVID infections, but the report suggests data shows no one vaccine is better or worse than another. You can view the full data drop at KUAM.com. The Guam Department of Education released its latest COVID-19 weekly dashboard from October 13 to 19. It shows that there are 17 new COVID cases among students who have reported to campuses for in-person instruction. There are 25 on-campus students who deemed active COVID cases. The weekly informational board also displays that there are 7 new COVID cases among staff. There are about 8 active cases of GDOE employees. According to the dashboard, the percentage of GDOE employees fully vaccinated against the virus remain at 88.5%. There has been a slight increase in the number of students fully vaccinated against the virus. GDOE reports that 72.1% are reported fully immunized against COVID. Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios says there is a crisis of confidence in the NMI government, and that is why he is running for governor in the next election against Governor Ralph Torres. Our Tomas Manglutnia has the details.
I believe we can do a lot better. There is a crisis of confidence in our government today. There is no question about that.
Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios is running for governor in the next election after weeks of saying he's seriously considering it. The news also comes on the heels of his testimony in the Legislative Committee's investigation into Governor Ralph Torres' executive expenditures.
We made a decision to run the 2020 election, and we will formally be gathering and announcing our intent to run in the 2020 election with me and Mayor Apatan tomorrow. I seriously thought about it, did a lot of soul searching about it, because being a sitting lieutenant governor, going against a sitting governor, that's very, very extraordinary and very unusual, and it's a hard thing to do.
He says a Palacios Apatang ticket comes with experience.
Dave and I have worked in the legislature. We've seen the ups and downs and the cycles. We've also seen some difficult times. And we've also seen the ugly part of some of the situations that elected leaders over time have made in the Commonwealth.
Governor Torres announced his bid for re-election with Senator Vinny Sablan as his running mate in August under the Republican Party's banner. Palacios says the plan is to run as independents, but will seriously consider running as Democrats, just as the party announced an open call for candidates. Tomas Manglotnia for KUAM News on Saipan.
You can view the full interview with Tomas and Lieutenant Governor Palacios on our social media pages. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more. Do more, get more.
And just before midnight, Public Health issued a press release related to our CDC story about a team arriving to Guam. According to that press release sent at 11:45 p.m., it's a team of deployers to support case investigation and address the dead on arrival, the DOA cases related to COVID-19. Just a reminder that beginning this Sunday, you must dial 10 digits. That's our area code of 671 plus the telephone number for all local calls. If you don't use all 10 digits, a recording will inform you that your call cannot be completed as dialed. You will have to hang up and dial again using the 671 area code first. The new dialing system is part of a rule that was adopted by the FCC in July to establish 988 as the new nationwide 3-digit phone number for Americans in crisis to connect with suicide prevention and mental health crisis counselors. Guam carriers have teamed up to remind customers of the new 10-digit dialing procedure and offered the following tips to navigate through this change. Go through your contact list and add 671 in the beginning of all local phone numbers. Reprogram all numbers on life safety systems or medical monitoring devices. This is PBX. Fax machines, internet dial-up numbers, fire or burglar alarms, and security systems or gates. For business customers, be sure to check websites, personal and business stationery, advertising materials, personal and business checks for contact information, and other such items to ensure the area code is included. Again, this starts this Sunday. You have to use 671 and then the local phone number. Questions remain about what Governor Lulian Guerrero has planned for the unprecedented $600 million in American Rescue Plan funding. So Nestor Lecanto asked BBMR Chief Lester Carlson the same inquiry.
And I want to be clear and direct. They're still asking what the governor has planned for the unprecedented $600 million in ARP money, so we asked Budget Director Lester Carlson the same in a recent interview.
You know that we gave GPA money to be able to mitigate a rate increase. You know that we provided money for the All Rise program. There are things that we have done that we've made public, but apparently he wants to know everything. And quite frankly, there's a lot of moving pieces that we're still being very cautious about because these funds there's a lot of strings attached.
Carlson says ARP is more restrictive compared to the previous CARES Act, which required the administration to be nimble in order to respond to COVID.
This is the rescue plan money. So you kind of did the COVID response. Now you're doing the rescuing of your economy and your jurisdiction. So there just needs to be some, things might change like next week.
But as the administration spends ARP money, as it did most recently with the $25 million for LEAP small business assistance, the question about a detailed spending plan keeps coming up.
Is there a plan? Because this just seems like a real ad hoc way of spending money.
Well, to somebody who doesn't work with $500 million, you might think that. But for somebody like me who manages $1 billion in the government budget every year and understands that once we pass the budget, it's very difficult to make any changes to it, I think that the ability to have flexibility is very paramount here. So I don't see, and I can't agree with your analogy simply because the operations of the government of Guam are different than the response to COVID.
Carlson said he's, quote, bewildered by all the good that seems to have been addressed, and yet people are still asking for a spending plan.
Didn't she take care of the All Rise? Didn't she take care of this and that? I mean, when she's ready to provide something, after she thinks there's some more finality, then she'll release it.
But even then, says Carlson, the governor will still probably need the flexibility.
The greatest impact. Meanwhile, the government of Guam collected $61 million more in fiscal year 2021 revenue than it projected. That is according to the newly released Consolidated Revenue and Expenditure Report that reflects the year-end September 2021 numbers. But the report drew a quick reminder from Speaker Therese Terlahi to the Budget Bureau that $20 million of that excess revenue should be earmarked for tax refunds. In a letter last night to Budget Director Lester Carlson, the Speaker wanted to ensure that the additional $20 million is appropriately recognized now instead of treated as excess at the end of the fiscal year. A virtual public hearing for Bill 161 is scheduled for today, which would require all charter school teachers to get the same certification as Guam Department of Education instructors. Here's more now with Isaiah Uggan.
On behalf of the Guam Youth Congress, Senator Amanda Shelton introduced Bill 161-36, which would require all teachers employed at all charter schools to be certified by the Guam Commission on Educator Certification. Career Tech High Academy Charter School Principal Dr. Juan Flores and iLearn Academy Charter School Chief Academic Officer Rachel Stake both says they aren't in full support of the bill, but aren't against certification either.
I'm not sure that certification is what our charter schools need right now. I think that if there's a call for quality, it'll be for the charter schools on their own to try to build on the skills of the teachers according to what the charter schools are calling for. So every one of the charter schools has a specific area of focus, and that area of focus is not necessarily addressed in certification requirements.
I'm not against certification as a whole, but I do think that it should be considered for charter schools to have the authority to figure out what certification we want to require our teachers to get in order to fully implement the program, the specific program that we are implementing within our school.
The original charter school law, authored by former Senator Judith Wampat, allows them the freedom from governed traditional public schools currently. Dr. Flores shares how the bill would affect his learning institution if passed into law.
Then we won't be able to afford to pay them at the same level that the teachers are being paid in the public schools. It's going to be disastrous. The other thing is, again, it doesn't guarantee that if teachers are certified, they're going to provide the most effective teaching and learning that our students need. And I think that should be the bottom line.
Dr. Wampat, who recently resigned as the chief executive officer of Guahan Academy Charter School, says she intentionally wrote the law to not require certification because it's cost prohibitive. Although iLearn runs on uncertified teachers, stakes share there have been accomplishments we don't see at other public schools with certified teachers.
But the teachers that we have are amazing. Like, the programs that we have here works. Our scores show it, our students show it. We have placed in first place for Math Olympiad, like island-wide in the last few years, and that wasn't a certified teacher, but she's amazing and she's incredible.
Reporting for Guam News Network, Wahoo Siaziagan.
And news you need to know about the weather as the National Weather Service issued a hydrological outlook for Guam. A disturbance northeast of Pohnpei is anticipated to pass near the Marianas this weekend. According to a media release from Guam Homeland Security Office of Civil Defense, we could possibly experience heavy rainfall of 3 to 6 inches across the Marianas this weekend. This could lead to flooding in low-lying and poor drainage areas, while flash flooding could also be possible in areas of the heaviest rainfall. This developing situation will continue to be monitored closely, and a flash flood watch may be issued if conditions warrant. From struggle to success, in this week's Inside Business Report, Tyler Matsanani heads to Tamuning to share the story of how one local restaurant managed to survive and stay open during the pandemic, while others were forced to close.
Local business Three Squares has had a full plate throughout the pandemic, from social gathering restrictions limiting business to price increases and a stagnant tourism industry. They've somehow remained resilient and continue to fill the plates of others. Marie Guerrero and Mark Borja are the duo behind B&G Pacific. Doing business as Three Squares, they've been serving up local favorites since 2015.
Lunch was good. Breakfast was great. We are naturally caterers, so this place always had families, and we were celebrating weddings and christenings and birthdays, and that's kind of what life was like. We have a beautiful bar, so we missed our bar customers most definitely before the pandemic.
But like several other businesses dealing with the reality of COVID restrictions, Three Squares was forced to make tough decisions. More than 80% of their staff had to be furloughed.
So definitely it was hard to let the staff go, knowing they had bills to pay, knowing they had livelihoods they were trying to sustain. So that was definitely difficult for us.
The roller coaster of restrictions forced Three Squares to pivot and mix things up. During the pandemic, they established their new marketplace, began offering family platters, and established partnerships with other local businesses to offer their dishes. They also stepped up to the plate to help our community of heroes.
We were supporting the hospital, the frontliners. We were supporting those essential businesses that had to stay open, that needed a hot meal. So we found a lot of good corporate partners out there that relied on us to kind of get them through the day and get them through this pandemic.
According to Guerrero, it was a struggle, but it was our community coming together and showing their support for Three Squares that they've managed to survive.
I would really just have to say thank you. If you bought a Spam Masubi at a marketplace, if you bought a chicken family platter in our restaurant, if you have bought a ham and cheese sandwich at a C-store or ABC store, or a bag of our cookies at the local Payless, I just cannot extend as much gratitude.
With Inside Business, I'm Tyler Matsanani.
And now with your news in Chamorro, here's Uncle King Conception with your Chamorro News Update.
Buenas updates to get soon to be tuned to Chamorro ni KUAM News. Presentan ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Makonfirma ni KUAM na Center for Disease Control and Prevention sa mga primary request ni Public Health para technical assistance. Mati request sa paradi siya hulu ikausa ni COVID-19. CDC sa para manafatu taw-taw niya magiguahan para maajuda ay frontliners na personat siya. Tinatitisti ni orto siya na yung Assistant Federal. Taigi representa siya na taw-taw gi Department of Health and Human Services na mamamisita gimapos na mes. Gimasa di esta man mafatumagi na team gin ni FEMA za ni DOD para fan manajuda gi klinik binakuna siya gipafan mates i laboratorio ni Public Health san para administrasyon ni monoclonal antibody na yananti sa Mangilaw. Masa sunto Mas may buong informasyon ginindog to Ann Probatsky, epidemiologist guahan sa anong na ikausang COVID sa liman mga ospital sa kontinunya girumibaha sa dispasyo. Informasyon na si Probatsky, anong na mediano na tinifong kausang COVID kada semana sa menos 20. At si mediano para 7 dia sa menos 100 na kausa kada dia. Ito na graph anong na ikausang COVID para todo edad sa haribahagwe fere kifamagun ni maneni estay 11 anos na edad. At na edad sa makonsidera pagwe mas tarkilo na grupo ni maninanad zini i-COVID. Har-release okay si Probatsky informasyon pero inefektibo ni amod binakuna siya. Anong na Pfizer na amod sa mas may kaniman mambakuna ni adjo esta maninad zini i-COVID. Lo report sa anok lokwe na taza ginisiya na amon maulik niya patbaba niya kinoorso siya. Sinong li este na informasyon pat data drop gi KUAM.com. Youtube na sumto gifinut sa moro gin ni KUAM News para pago na Webes, Departamento ng Edukasyon sa ma-release na ibon informasyon gizon niya dashboard ni manahuhuzong kada semana. Informasyon sa para dia 13 este dia 19 gi Oktubre. Anong na 17 nuevo na kausang COVID entre estudyante siya ni manhalong gi campus eskwela para adji inafa na finatnawgi. 25 na estudyante sa makasundera na active COVID na kausa siya. I-dashboard sa anok lokwe na 7 nuevo na kausang COVID giulanero ni eskwela siya. 8 pagod na kausang COVID ni makasundera active entry empleo ni GDOE. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familiang Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to the link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
Breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer, there are certain things that you can do, such as eat healthier and exercise. For more information about breast cancer, go to the American Cancer Society's website at cancer.org. Also, on October 22nd, we invite you to think pink by wearing the color pink on that day in solidarity of our breast cancer survivors and warriors.
This pink message is brought to you in partnership with Ordot Dental Clinic, joining the fight against cancer in honor of brave warriors, survivors, and their families. Island Cancer Center and American Cancer Society.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on Primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
The Culture Club returns to KOAM Digital and KOAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KOAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KOAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape. The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
And todos santos lo que no America, viva! Happy day, todos santos. And to our visitors who are coming to our beautiful Lapistone Islands, welcome and a big half a day to you. So, I'd like to teach you how to say half a day the island way. Just reach out and touch someone. Half a day.
Oh,
in the pretty islands of Marianas, you see and hear the children could people wave and say a simple greeting word called half a day. With a happy smile on the face. You can
Oh man, what was that story? Great story, great reportage from Nestor Lecanto, the KUAM news team. Kind of had Lester Carlson on the ropes there, very defensive about this American Rescue Plan. That's the thing that got me is in the interview, Lester Carlson, who is the governor's director for the Bureau of Budget and Management Research, who in his spare time likes to threaten handsome DJs. Anyway, so yeah, he was saying that why are people asking about a plan? She did this, she spent this money here, she spent... But that's not a plan. A plan is before you spend the money. We know what you're going to spend the money on. A plan is not like, hey, I spent $500 on this thing. That's not a plan. It comes before the action. That's what I learned in school. I don't know if they changed it. Apparently, they might have changed it. But that's the last time I heard is when you plan a plan, like, for example, an American Rescue Plan for spending that money, that would probably mean that you would have something on paper and be like, we're going to spend it here, we're going to spend it there. Not this, like, they spend it on something and then 2 weeks later we find out by accident because someone snitched. That's what's going on right now. That is what's going on right now. That's why I didn't even get that whole interview with him where he was talking about, didn't she help the poor people? God, what's you guys' problem? Why you want to know everything? We want to know everything because the chief of staff said you're 10 out of 10 transparency, Abby. 709, The Link, good morning. Let's go in with our COVID consultant here. He's the former Physicians Advisory Group chair. They worked a lot harder when he was the PAG chair because I don't know what they do now, but it doesn't seem like they changed much. He is also the head of American Medical Center Clinic Family, Dr. Hoa Wen. And Doc, you've been kind of, well, not kind of, way back in this. We're now in week 13 of this surge, by the way, guys. Just the deaths in October. In October alone. 28, right? 20. It's more than a death a day. It's insane. It's insanity that these deaths continue to happen. We have this high number of positives. And he was one of the guys at the very beginning who was calling for restrictions that maybe could have changed the course of this tidal wave of COVID we're all drowning in. But all for naught, as they gave him a deaf ear. And now he's here on our show. Thank you for joining us, Doc. And I wanted to just real quick get the reaction. This is a story Sabrina Sosmet-Tanani worked very hard to get. And we were reaching out to public health, Director Artson Augustine, anybody, all day to confirm this. And there was no response until a press release came out. Get this, Dr. Hoa. This press release came out at 11:45 last night.
Wow.
Before midnight, from the Department of Public Health and Social Services. And the story here from Sabrina, who beat the press release by, God, almost half a day. CDC also deploying team to assist frontliners. KUAM has confirmed that the CDC prevention has approved public health's request for technical assistance. So public health was basically like, CDC, help! And Doc, you've been kind of calling for this. So according to the late night / early morning release from DPHSS, the team of deployers to Guam to support case investigation and address the dead on arrival cases related to COVID-19. So our COVID situation, Doc, is so bad, especially with these dead on arrivals, that we got a team from the CDC coming here. And what are we going to tell them? We had all these dead on arrivals because we put in place this ridiculous mandate that targets the unvaccinated that did absolutely nothing to stop the positive cases or to stop the deaths. So I don't know how it's going to work, but just your reaction, Doc.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. Appreciate the public health asking CDC to come over and give us some assistance here on trying to figure out, why we have so many DOA. We have quite a few that we know that they care enough to go get tested and they was tested positive. But I'm not quite sure why do we, either we failed to reach out to them to offer the monoclonal antibody, or we didn't identify the risk factor. I don't know which one, but we really need to figure out what ethnicity they are. When they get tested, do we identify them on time, or they didn't get the information? Whatever reason is, but I think that is at this point, if they care to get tested, we should be doing everything we can to try to prevent the DOA. It's the last one, the 50-year-old that partially vaccinated that known that they test positive already, but still have DOA. So they really need to take a look at that, and that's one part where I think that CDC will be great to just take a look at and let us know what we can do to improve the situation. And also, while they're here, they need to take a look at the breakthrough case that we have to see why we have so much. That's the part where I know that Dr. N put together data there that they're about 34% or something that breakthrough case. That's still pretty high we just need to figure out what do we do wrong, because like I say, everywhere else in the state and the island, that if they have somewhat a decent vaccination percentage, that their cases are going down, and our case is still kind of hovering in the 100 and with 10% plus positivity every day for a long time. That's a big concern.
Doc, we're talking about this, the breakthrough cases. Dr. Ant did release a graphic here. I know I sent it to you last night. I'm sure you saw it anyway. Just kind of going through the different vaccine brands and the breakthrough infections associated with those brands. And, if you want to just look at it like a product review, maybe, Pfizer, but Pfizer had the most shots given. So 61,993 people vaccinated with the Pfizer brand, and of those 61,993, we saw 2,233 breakthrough COVID-19 infections. With Moderna, it was 29,839 vaccinated, 901 breakthrough infections, and then J&J, it was 5,631 people vaccinated with 232 breakthrough infections. So, if you look at the numbers, Moderna, which is what I've been saying, I'm team Moderna, guys. Moderna has extra juice in it, right? And so if you look at the numbers, but they don't really vary that much, and that's kind of what Dr. Ann's data said. She said that there doesn't really look like there's a difference for better or worse between the vaccines. But she also included this breakthrough infection rate per 1,000 people vaccinated, and it was Pfizer with 36 people per 1,000 breakthrough cases. So that means 36 people out of 1,000 got COVID. Moderna was 30.2. Johnson & Johnson was 41.2. So those are the numbers. But what was interesting, Doc, is if you look, and we have this other graphic here, in the states of America, the breakthrough case rate is less than 1%, right? So we're looking at our breakthrough rate. That's a huge difference.
Yes, that's a big difference, but you have to kind of be careful. The report for the breakthrough case, it's a voluntary thing that the state and territory put it in to CDC, so that way they can track it. So it's voluntary, and the definition of breakthrough rate is if you have an infection 2 weeks after you've fully vaccinated, but recently in May of this year, the CDC also added a category for people in a breakthrough rate to end up in the hospital. So I'm not sure which one are they looking at, the 0.0002% breakthrough rate in the states at the hospital admission, or that's on a breakthrough. Again, the process to input this data to CDC website for report the breakthrough is pretty complicated. The question is, does the state, the territory, especially Guam, if we do have we have the manpower to input the data to CDC or not? That's the question. I know we track it locally, but I'm not sure if we put everything in the database so that way CDC can track it. And the other one is that we have the number of people in the breakthrough per thousand. It's really nice to know to break down a lot more, like the timeline that when people get the vaccine and when they get the breakthrough infection. And on the average, I think she said like 4.5 months.
Yeah.
So that's pretty short. So I know that we have a lot of comorbidity. It's nice for someone to kind of gather the data and basically we can do the measurement now of the neutralizing antibody, right? To make sure that if I'm 3-4 weeks after I get vaccinated, fully vaccinated, I can measure the level, and then maybe 3 to 4 months later, I can repeat the lab to see where my neutralizing antibody level are. And so it's something like that you can track to see if we have comorbidity like diabetes, especially on our island, that does our immune system working well or is waning away a lot faster than the normal person. So a lot of things like that we can do. Like I say, it's very important for us to ask CDC to kind of look at our island because it's very unique, as you can see the number, because we all have to plan ahead of time. Is that the key here is that Delta is not going to be the last one. We're going to encounter another variant in the next few months. And we need to know, hey, what else we need to do differently to kind of prevent the surge from coming, right? I mean, it's too late now. Everywhere in community that we have the positive at this point. So it really, we just kind of do our best and ask our people to isolate themselves and go get tested and try our best to try to curve this surge right here. But it's very important, as we know that the immunity is going down so fast. The people out there that need to come out and get the booster in order to get the immune system to come back up to at least 85-90%. So I really, really encourage people to go out there and get the booster as much as possible.
Doc, you seem very frustrated by all this.
Yeah, it's I think it's not just me. I think our whole healthcare system, our staff and the hospital especially. I know everyone, the healthcare, the front line are working very hard. And I tell you, it's and people get beat up. We start having, healthcare worker now that turn positive. And that's something that, if we into this surge for so long, the morale and the compassion and everything that the frontliner do every day, and I feel for GMH and GRMC and the Naval Hospital. Those guys, I tell you, I don't know how they do that to go to work every day and still feel compassionate for what they do. Because I tell you, it burns you out when you have to do this every day and you have to go home and worry about your family.
Yeah.
I really pray and really hope that they can continue to do what they do. And my hat's really off for all those people in the hospital.
Yeah, I feel for the frontliners because we did a hospital tour and they were all saying the same thing. Damn, we're tired. We're exhausted. How are we going to keep going? But if I was a frontliner, I would be upset that our government in this COVID response hasn't really done anything different for, a couple months. I would be insulted. Like, hey, do something. Stop all these people from coming in the hospital. So it's got to be frustrating for the frontliners too.
Yeah. So that's when it's nice. I'm happy to see the CDC coming. I tell you, if Sabrina can confirm that, I think it's wonderful news for us. And we just, we will learn something come out of this thing, and hopefully we will change our direction and do something else different.
Yeah.
You know, that's about our people here on the island, and that's what we do. Every life counts, and I tell you, it doesn't matter the vax or unvax. We lose a life. We have to look at why we're losing them, and that's something that is it's a strategy that we have to come up to try to prevent this thing from happening to the family. And you know, when people say, well, people die from other reasons also, but I tell you, well, when you die from COVID, it's very lonely death. And that's what I try to remind people, right? When you pass away, you like to have your family around you. And that was your support. But when you pass away from COVID, most of these people die in the room by themselves. So it's totally different. So we have to think it that way. It's not the same thing as we die from other comorbidity, like a heart attack or a stroke, that we have a family around us. You know, as a primary care physician, you know, that's what we're looking for our patient, is that when they pass away, they need to be able to hold the family hand before they pass away. And this is not going to happen with COVID.
Doc, but do you think the reason why we had to force this information out of the Department of Public Health and Social Services, the reason why they weren't forthcoming with this information, the reason why they didn't tell the public that COVID and this surge is so bad that we're throwing out a lifeline at the CDC? Do you think that's because the CDC coming here means that what the governor's doing, what public health is doing to control the surge is not working?
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't look at it that way, Chris. I mean, I'm basically, it doesn't matter what reason that we are reluctant to have them come or not, but the good part about they are coming, and that's what I have to look for. You know, I mean, we had to work everyone together with public health, the governor, and everyone else, wrong or right. But I just flat that wrong or right, they are coming. So that the end point of what's matter, and that's what we have to look for. Hey, they coming. And we hope that we have an answer so we can fix what's the problem we have. And that's what we're looking for.
All right. Well, before I let you go, Doc, what are you seeing at the clinic level?
We still see a lot of positive in the clinic level. And you know, the people don't expect that they have the virus because, again, the majority of people that we see in the clinic are fully vaccinated. And when they have a symptom, they did not expect that they have. And that's the thing, is that we have to keep out there and remind people that you're fully vaccinated doesn't mean that you will not pick up the virus. You know, again, to me, to remind people is that immunization is to really decrease the severity of the illness and kind of cut your risk of being in the hospital, but does not mean that prevent you from getting the virus. So you have to be careful out there, you know. So we still see, unfortunately, we see more kids now. That's a problem. So we cannot wait until we have the vaccination from 5 to 11, which is hopefully sometime the mid-November. We should be able to roll that out. But yeah, we see an increase in the positive in children from the clinic standpoint. So parents, you have to kind of be careful about your children.
Doc, yeah, Dr. Ann Pobutsky did a data drop yesterday, and she was saying, well, the data is showing that there's a very slight, very gradual downward trend in cases and hospitalizations, and a downward trend in all age groups except for children 0 to 11, and they now constitute the group with the highest case rate. So that's pretty alarming with this MISC out there. And I mean, again, most of these kids, all of them actually, unvaccinated.
Yeah, but first we have to be cautious on the downward trend of the hospital.
Yeah.
You know, it might be a temporary downward trend if we don't control the positivity. If we keep on 10% plus, you know, we're going to be 50 or higher for a long, long time. It might trend downward a little bit, but it will bounce back up. Because remember, the elderly, 65 plus, the majority have the vaccination in December and January. We don't have all of them come in yet for the booster.
Yeah.
So again, the 18 to the 50 still have the second highest rate beside the children. They're still going to bring home to the elderly. So we have to be very careful. Because again, we live in a society where there's multi-generation home, right? So live our parents and we bring it back to our parents. So we have to be careful.
Right. Well, Doc, thank you so much for your time. You've always been your voice of reason on the show, so appreciate you coming by.
You're welcome. Be safe, guys.
All right. There you go. Dr. Hoa Wen, our COVID consultant here. He's with AMC. He's the former Physicians Advisory Group chair. Was the chief, at one time, the chief medical advisor to Governor Lulian Guerrero. 728, yep. So the CDC sending a team out. There was a release that came out probably when you were sleeping. Hopefully you were sleeping, because that's the Orangaga at 11:45. DPHS sending this release out here. DPHS received support from CDC and HHS. The U.S. CDC is committed to send a team of deployers to Guam to support case investigation and address the dead-on-arrival cases related to COVID-19. This commitment to support Guam was made in response to a request by the director of DPHSS, Mr. Artson Augustine, to CDC Director Rochelle P. Walensky earlier this month. Director St. Augustine says the department has a good working relationship with its federal partners, and they've been very supportive and responsive to our needs. We recognize that there are large demands across the U.S. and resources may be limited. That's why we're always grateful for the support, expertise, and guidance we receive. Testing, vaccination information, Jason Solis?
Yes, sir. Okay, if you want to get tested, remember, we keep saying this over and over, and the mayors are strenuously emphasizing it. Know your status. So if you do need to get tested today, you can do so at the old Carnival Grounds in Tidzin. It starts in about 30 minutes and goes until high noon. So if you need to be tested or just want to know your status, testing is free, and go to the old Carnival Grounds at Tidzin. Once again, 8 to 12. Mondays and Fridays. If you are unable to make it to Tidzin today, but you would like to get tested, you can go down to Inalahan at the Southern Community Health Center down there, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. There are limited 4 people per vehicle. Please bring a photo ID, and you can be tested. As far as getting your shot and getting the vaccination, at the UOG Fieldhouse today, the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse is hosting, of course, vaccination clinics. They're also offering the Pfizer booster shot starting at 11 in the morning and going until 5 p.m. If you need to make an appointment, please do so at tinyurl.com/vaxguam, tinyurl.com/vaxguam, as you see there on your screen. Also, you can go to the Micronesia Mall at the second floor Center Cult, also starting at 11 a.m., and they go to until 6. You can make an appointment to receive your shot in Dedido at tinyurl.com/COVID-stops-with-me. Please get your shot, everybody. And Chris, we also got a comment right now from Auntie Agnes, who of course brought us that wonderful, not one, but 2 wonderful care packages from the NMI. She goes, "Good morning, my Link friends. Please let me know, how was the banana bread?" It's a 2-part question. 1, how was the banana bread? And then 2, and then Chris, which of the 2 Denancy that you gave me is more pica? Because remember, Auntie Agnes was saying yesterday, she's actually allergic to pica.
That's right. They're both about the same, Auntie Agnes.
And so you gave her your own special recipe, your own...
There's a mushroom one that I do.
There's a mushroom one?
A little mild, yeah. Thank you, Auntie Agnes. And yeah, that banana bread was, boy.
The best praise I can give that...
boy, that's how that was.
It defies description.
Yeah, it does. We did have some comments here. Neber comments in. The CDC will come to our island and come to a conclusion that we have a pandemic of Pari and Kumairi society. They'll tell us that even though there's a pandemic, we still have barbecue hangouts and gatherings. Here we go. Here, Chamarita Rages. It's so sad that all the medical advisors are informing our leadership of their opinion to contain, reduce, or stop the spread, but our leaders are not taking the advice given. We now look like our medical professionalism on the island is not working or communicating with the leaders. What a ridiculous leadership we have. Political before health. Wouldn't be surprised if they do a leadership review, and political campaigning is one of the top agenda. People and health first. All right. Well, good morning. 7:32. We're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with Dr. Keith Horinucci of the Wellness Clinic next, right here on the link. Good morning.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer, there are certain things that you can do, such as eat healthier and exercise. For more information about breast cancer, go to the American Cancer Society's website at cancer.org. Also, on October 22nd, we invite you to think pink by wearing the color pink on that day in solidarity of our breast cancer survivors and warriors.
This pink message is brought to you in partnership with Ordot Dental Clinic, joining the fight against cancer in honor of brave warriors, survivors, and their families. Island Cancer Center and American Cancer Society.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on, so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Morning. 7:36. The link, Thursday, October 21st. Oh man, Halloween's coming. What are we doing, guys? It's on a Sunday.
Staying inside.
We're staying inside. Are we wearing a costume on the show or what?
I think I can do 2 or 3.
All right.
2 or 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Actually,
I got a treat for you guys this morning. I'm actually launching the second episode of my Tatamona Tales podcast. In this episode, did you guys know we have an exorcist on Guam? I didn't know. We have an official exorcist under the Archdiocese of Agatna. And his name is Paliose Villagomez, and he is the funniest exorcist you ever did hear. Well, it's funny. It's funny, because I heard he was the Exorcist, and I called him up and said, Paulie Jose, can you come? We do a podcast. And it was just a lot, too much laughing for a podcast with an exorcist, first of all. Okay, but it's pretty engaging stuff. And he goes in and talks about, well, we'll play the clip coming up later in the show. But that's on the way, too, this morning. Let's go into the KUAM News Zoom room, where we have standing by Dr. Keith Hornucci of the Wellness Clinic. Good morning, Doc.
Good morning.
We wanted to bring you on because we're hearing so much about the dreaded comorbidities and the even more dreaded multiple comorbidities. I mean, those are phrases we've been hearing since the beginning of this pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess we'll just start with, we're kind of talking offline, diabetes, right? When they list the types of comorbidities that people have, and they tend to fare not so well against the coronavirus. Diabetes is one of the top ones. And if you could, Doc, just explain to the audience, why is it that people with diabetes don't fare well when they get COVID?
Well, I think we first need to clarify, what regarding diabetes. What I mean by that is probably it's the diabetics who are uncontrolled that, might be having greater, side effects or serious hospitalization. So if you're a controlled diabetic, I think that's fine. They can be have a strong immune system to fight it like any other person. So just because a person's diabetic doesn't mean that they're going to automatically, have serious side effects.
But Doc, when you talk about controlled diabetes, are these, just to break it down generally, are these people who aren't on dialysis yet, maybe?
Well, when they're on dialysis, yeah, there was a point where they, for many years, they probably weren't controlled. I mean, even after dialysis, they could get back into control. So they had already lost the function of the kidneys, but they still, at any point in their life, they can still, achieve control, which would keep the inflammation down, which is probably one of the main reasons for having more side effects if they came across the virus, because inflammation is one of the main issues related to the COVID virus.
So how does it work?
How's it work?
The inflammation.
Well, we always talk about inflammation, as a major complication for a lot of health issues, for heart disease and cancers and, pain. So I think, and what I do in my clinic is I try to help people just to reduce inflammation in general. So we look at different kind of assessments. Just a simple test, high sensitivity CRP is a test that looks at inflammation. So a diabetic, typically because of the high sugars, causes increased inflammation, and it's not just in any particular area; it's throughout the whole body that there's increased inflammation.
I know you brought some slides with you, Doc. So if you want to go ahead and we can pop up these slides, you can talk about them.
Oh,
did you want to do?
I don't have them with me. Do you have them?
We have them, yeah. So go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. You want to just put some of them up there? I could.
Yeah, we'll just go in order.
Some of it.
We'll go in order, Doc.
But when we're talking about controlled diabetes, typically that's when a diabetic has their hemoglobin A1C less than 7.0, and when their fasting blood sugars are under 110. So I guess that would be like the point where one is controlled, or if they're not controlled.
All right. We do have this graphic here that you sent over, Doc, and it's Methylation and transsulfuration pathways. I don't even know what
Oh,
that
okay.
means.
Yeah, is that one coming up?
Yeah, sure. Yep.
Oh, okay. That's a very interesting slide. I give a lot of my patients that slide there. It's the metabolic process of what we call methylation. Methylation is a chemical process that occurs in all the cells at a very high pace. And the result is to produce what we call a methyl group, which is basically it's just a carbon and 3 hydrogen connected to it. So if you remember chemistry, just a very simple molecule. But this methyl group is, as the term says on the slide, it is also connected to detoxification. And so when you make a lot of methyl groups, then you have a better, methylation helps with detoxing free radicals, heavy metals, even excess hormones. So it's one of the main systems to get rid of toxins. And so if you don't methylate well, then you're going to have an increase of toxins. And then the end result is going to be, damage to the heart, damage to other tissues, creating cancer. And part of that methylation is related to genes. So I think here on Guam, which probably in the whole world, there's a lot of people with some genetic SNPs, we call it single nucleotide polymorphisms, or you can just say it's a mutation to the gene. So it affects the production of methyl groups. And so in particular, I don't know if I'm saying too much, but in particular, it's related to just folate, vitamin B9.
Yeah,
One of the
vitamin
B
B9.
vitamins. Okay, we know that, right? Well, B9 is a common B vitamin that's found in our vegetables, and you can get it in a multivitamin. But the body needs to convert that to an active form. And I'm sorry, but get ready for this. The body needs to make L-methyl tetrahydrofolate. And you can see that on the slide. There's a MTHF. And this is needed to donate the methyl group into the methylation cycle, and then you can make the methyl group. So there's a blue box there just before the production of methyl tetrahydrofolate. And there's a lot of people that have this gene mutation. So it's difficult to convert folate into that. Okay, so the end result is there's less methylation and less detoxification. And then that's why there's more heart disease, especially if the gene is in the family.
Yeah.
Then there may be heart disease that runs in the family, or there might be diabetes that runs in the family, or there might be obesity. There's a lot of different things. This methylation also is important for making neurotransmitters like dopamine and serotonin. And so when somebody comes to see me for anxiety, we look at this methylation. I see there's a problem. They probably have a genetic factor involved. And so I give them as my supplement the methylfolate. So we bypass the genetic mutation. And then the anxiety goes away.
Now I kind of get what you're talking about when you talked about the genetics. And so, for example, like in my family, and probably a lot of families on my grandma's side, it's diabetes, right? And then on my grandpa's side, it's heart disease and stroke. So
yeah,
I feel like I'm living in a minefield.
Dr. Hornucci, I have a question, if I may, because I was previously a caretaker for several years for my father, who had, fairly advanced diabetes, and he was on dialysis for several years. And kind of like what I learned from that is that, when you are on dialysis, typically they say you have to have a very often dramatically reduced fluid intake, and and for me, I was like, okay, so you cut down the number of beverages you drink per day, but they were like, no popsicles, most fruits, you can't do because of the water intake. So I can assume that would be another very, very high risk for people that are susceptible to COVID, because, when they say, obviously, if you have a fever, you want to take lots of fluids, or, like the typical treatment and everything. So, like, if it comes to that, people that are already susceptible, like, what can the treatment be, just to address the symptoms?
So for the person on dialysis, well, there's a need to keep the fluid down, because the kidney's not dialyzing, so you don't want to get edema and too much fluid in the body.
Yeah.
But I think the problem is not really the fluid. It's the control of the blood sugar, which is increasing the inflammation. That's where the real issue is. That they still need to manage their blood sugar. They need to make sure that they have good nutrition status. So even the person with dialysis needs to make sure that they can get some vitamin C, vitamin D, some zinc. Those are basics for boosting the immune system. So yeah, we need those nutrients. We need to make sure there's less toxins in the body. So that's difficult for the dialysis patient, because they're hanging on to all their toxins until they get dialyzed. So they need to be careful with their diet, even though they say, well, I'm going to eat whatever I want. No, they really should be, still eating healthy, because it's just that the body doesn't remove the waste on a regular basis. So it still comes down to lifestyle, right? So healthy diet, don't overdo you're not supposed to overdo potassium and things like that when you're under dialysis.
Yeah, I at one point I was almost like a stockbroker, like checking the indexes and everything, because I was always looking at my dad's hemoglobin levels, potassium and everything like that, A1C, as you said, and everything like that. I mean, I was just like looking at charts and knowing what the baseline was, and I can, my dad has since passed on, but I can only imagine like how much more stress that would put on the caretakers now in a COVID environment.
Doc,
sure. So that definitely is the comorbid, risk factor. Somebody's on dialysis, so they really, like I said, they really should be focusing on being more careful with the lifestyle, between dialysis sessions, because you're just building up the toxins, you're building up the inflammation. The high sugars are, lowering the immune system, all those factors.
Yeah, Doc, I don't know how many uncles, sad story, but they would be on dialysis, and then, in between their dialysis days, they're just eating whatever, with that mentality that, they're going to get cleaned out tomorrow.
I wonder if there's data on those that have passed on with those were dialysis patients.
There maybe we can ask though. But Doc, there are other comorbidities that were listed, right? Like I believe hypertension.
Okay, a lot of hypertension is actually related to insulin resistance. So because you see diabetics and they have all the same health issues: high sugar, high blood pressure, overweight. And most of it's related to insulin resistance, or the elevation of insulin. So insulin, when it's high, causes the body to retain more sodium. And so when you retain more sodium, you retain more fluids, and then that raises the blood pressure. So this is why, like a ketogenic diet, when you reduce the starches and carbohydrates, you're also reducing the insulin. And then the sodium goes down and the blood pressure goes down.
So for those people listening who, and we hear this all throughout the pandemic, where, just being healthy, right? Improving your health, improving your immunity is going to give you a better chance, should you catch the COVID. What are some things, even little things that people can do to kind of just get on that path before it's too late?
Well, of course, diet and exercise are critical. And the things that we should focus on in the diet, of course, are things like the basic vitamins that we hear about that are important for the immune system, like vitamin C, right? So a lot of fruits and vegetables with vitamin C. Vitamin D is not really found in the food, so that typically needs to be taken as a supplement. And zinc, it's rather difficult to get enough zinc, so taking 30 milligrams of zinc a day is also really helpful.
Are these the kind of things, Doc, that people should only be taking when they feel like they might be? It's like, oh, okay, I got like a little bit of a scratchy throat, but like I'm not too under the weather. Just let me pop some like zinc. Or is this something that they should be taking like on a daily basis as ongoing preventive maintenance?
Yeah, definitely. They should be taking it ongoing. So, as you know, I do sell supplements in my clinic. So I've seen a really big increase of sales for vitamin C, zinc, vitamin D. So a lot of people are getting aware of the benefits, and it should be something that we take every day.
Yeah.
Now, vitamin D is a fat-soluble vitamin, so that one should get tested periodically from the blood, and most doctors today are testing that. And so that should be within the optimal range. But many times I will recommend like 5,000 to 10,000 units of vitamin D to keep the immune system strong. Because most people today, when they're tested, are very deficient for some reason. Not sure why.
Sorry, Chris. I know, like, if you go on Twitter, and of course anybody who goes like online to try and look for medical advice instead of going to professionals like you're kind of like rolling the dice. But some people say that like if you were to take zinc, like on a daily basis, so you can't build up like a tolerance for zinc, right? So then when you actually get to the point when you actually need it, you say it doesn't have the effect that it should because you've been taking it every day.
Yeah, you're not building an intolerance, but a high level of zinc is going to push down your copper level. So with a lot of things in nature, there's the yin and the yang. So zinc has an effect on copper. So those two need to be in balance. So sometimes if you take a lot of zinc, you need to also make sure you get enough copper because, too much zinc could be a problem.
Okay.
Well, Doc, it kind of sounds like multivitamins, yes or no?
Yes, but that may not be adequate enough, especially for the level of immunity that we need to, do in this situation. So usually I will recommend much higher levels of vitamin C, somewhere between 1,000 to 3,000 milligrams a day. Where multivitamin, the daily recommendation is only like 60 milligrams.
Wow.
So that's only based on deficiency of vitamin C, which causes scurvy. So that's an old standard.
The scurvy. Yeah, we don't like it, the scurvy. Yeah, Doc. I mean, Sabrina over here is our vitamin C dealer. Every time we need a hit of that vitamin C.
That's actually
that
me.
you?
So,
I didn't know.
So Doc, you'll be proud of us here on the show because like for the past like year or so, like I actually go out and I buy individual bottles of vitamin C, vitamin D, and zinc, and I wrap it up in like a little paper towel, and I give it to these guys every single day.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Now you can.
But I was even thinking about that thing about the tolerance, and I was like, in so doing, just because I care about my coworkers, could I actually be?
Hey, I never got one of these vitamin packs.
I always bring them to you.
Care about your coworkers.
Now you should think about vitamin C with quercetin or quercetin by itself. Quercetin is anti-inflammatory. It's also good for the lungs. The other one that's really very important is N-acetylcysteine, NAC. Have you heard about that?
All over the counter?
It's all over the counter, Doc?
Yeah. It's anti-mucolytic. So actually, it's very helpful for the lungs.
Is this over the counter?
Treating COVID.
One more time.
Is this over the counter?
Yeah, it's over the counter. Cysteine is a precursor to glutathione. So if you recall what glutathione is, it's your main antioxidant in your body. That's also on the methylation chart that I showed. Yeah. So cysteine is critical, and a lot of people do have liver issues. So cysteine is needed to support the liver detoxification. Those that have fatty liver and high liver enzymes probably are missing cysteine.
Wow, Doc, a lot of information. I think we got to kind of get you on semi-regularly to kind of go into a lot. I'm getting a lot of messages, people asking me to ask you about contamination that you find, because I know you do run a lot of tests, and I know some patients of yours, and they just got rave reviews about just some of the entry-level kind of examinations that you do when someone becomes a patient at your clinic. So we'll fold you back into the show. I'd really love to hear what you have to say about just some of the contaminants.
Glad to come back.
Thank you, Doc.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
See that, kids? Hulk Hogan was right. Eat your vitamins, take your vegetables, go see your doctor, say your prayers.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
Very good.
Thanks, Doc.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Take care, Doc.
Dr. Keith Harducci, they're the Wellness Clinic.
That's good information.
Yeah, we had some good comments here.
Yeah, you guys take notes, and if you missed any of this, you can go back on YouTube and there's some real gems there that you guys want to know. Share with your family, please.
Yeah. Jun comments in, I like this doctor. He seems to be genuinely honest on how to take care of yourself versus taking prescription medications. What do we got here? Breathing exercises help when you have anxiety. Drink Lodigal daily as a cleanser or detox. All right. Thank you guys for your comments. Hey, it's 7:58. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to jump over to KUAM TV, and we'll be joined by Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson coming up right here on the link. Good morning.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on Primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Good morning, Guam. Right on. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Morning, Jason.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being with us this morning.
Right on. It's 8:01.
I'm going to go get some vitamins after this.
Yeah, I know. I feel like I got to buy a lot of vitamins. Boy, what he said about the multivitamins was interesting. Because I think people go zero to multivitamin when they hear an interview like that, right? Oh my God, I need vitamins. Go get me the multivitamin.
Well, they just think it's like one-stop shopping, and they're like, okay, I could buy 5 different types of vitamins for $40, or I could buy this one multivitamin for $18.
Yeah, correct.
Hello, I'm smart. I'm going to go to the...
But from what he was saying, it sounds like there's not enough dosage of those like real key vitamins, right? Like
The C,
the D, the
zinc.
B9, the Z, okay. Good.
So what, should we take 4 of them?
Yeah, that's what I think. I'm going to snort them. I feel I'm going to get a more direct hit or something. It's 8:02.
Don't say that.
Okay, sorry. You can't say snort on the show. We're proudly brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, ITE, and Jack in the Box. Miss a link, miss a lot, don't miss it. Our 8 o'clock newscast is coming up. Switching things around just a little bit to accommodate our next guest. He's the head of Joint Region Marianas. Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson joins us in the KUAM News Link Zoom room. Good morning, Rear Admiral.
Good morning, Chris and Sabrina Hoffaday. I'm really glad to be here with you today.
Definitely. It's pretty neat to see you. Most of the time we get you on the phone, so we're glad you guys... was it a little difficult figuring out the Zoom this morning?
We had a little bit of technical difficulties, but I think we worked through it. And I'll be really glad when the day comes that we can sit down in person in the studio.
Right on. Sounds good. I know Sabrina had a bunch of hard-hitting questions to fire at you.
First one, did you take your vitamins today?
I actually did take my vitamins today. I take a multivitamin and a couple of others, but I sure did.
Good job. Well, let's just go ahead and start with the interview. I know we got some releases from JRM with respect to vaccinations, right? And so I guess I just wanted to give you the opportunity to kind of tell us about the steps, everything you guys are doing to fully implement the DOD and I guess President Biden's mandate for mandatory vaccinations for military personnel and contractors.
Sure. I'm glad to have that question. But before I jump into that, I just want to say thanks for my, a little over 4 months of being here, the great hospitality on Guam and the people here that have really invited us in. I'm looking forward to getting out in the community a little bit more. And that'll lead us into our next thing, talking about COVID, because that makes it a little bit restrictive. But no, glad you asked about COVID. We're really doing pretty well in DOD here on the island. So as of last night within the Department of Defense, and that's including our active duty members and our civilian members and our family members that are here, we only have 35 active cases. So it's relatively small compared to the number of active cases island-wide. But we're doing a number of things to help with that. And one of the big things, as you mentioned, is vaccinations. So for the active duty military members, we have a mandatory vaccination mandate, and that is in progress. And in fact, here on Guam, about 94% of the active duty population is fully immunized, having both shots in the waiting period. And then we have another few percentage on top of that, that brings us to about 97% either fully immunized or had their first shot and just waiting on the second shot. So we're doing really well. For those folks that have chosen not to get the vaccination, there's a couple of different ways they can put in for medical waivers or health waivers, and those will be reviewed and going forward. And if those things don't pan out, there may be some actions for those folks to be potentially removed from the military. On the civilian side, something similar has come out. We're in the process of vaccinating our civilian members here that are employees of the Department of Defense. And we're doing really well on that as well, too. And they have a mandate of 22 November to have their vaccinations completed by. For the contractors that work here, it works a little differently because it has to go through their contracting agent. So a little bit different for the contractors. But all in all, we're pushing towards a goal of getting everyone vaccinated within our DOD community as much as we can for the folks that are actually receiving paychecks from DOD, so our active duty members and our civilians that work for us. So that's going along very well. We've got plenty of vaccinations at our Naval Hospital to be able to support this, and we'll continue those drives as we go forward.
Mm-hmm. You know, we've heard a lot about federal agencies, Health and Human Services, FEMA, Center for Disease Control, coming to Guam to assist the local government with the COVID-19 response. Have you guys been getting the same from HSS and FEMA as well?
So I think, as you know, there was a request to FEMA for some support for the local hospitals, and that was filled by some Army nurses that came in to help them out. But within our military lifelines here on Guam, we really haven't had to have any extra help, at least not recently. Back when the Theodore Roosevelt was here, I think as many people remember, it was a little bit different. But right now, with the capabilities that we have, we're just fine.
Okay. What about restrictions? Because, the governor, she's implemented her somewhat restrictions with respect to vaccinated, only being able to go to restaurants and other sort of covered establishments, and limits for social gatherings inside and outside. What sort of restrictions are being implemented on military bases?
Right, that's a great question as well. So we have similar restrictions inside our lifelines, but because our numbers are a little bit different, we are always evaluating that, and we have the ability to potentially dial back some of those restrictions, so they may be a little different. Right now, the restrictions are pretty much the same. We have a mask mandate. We have limits on some of our gatherings and these sort of things. So for the most part, it very much mirrors what's going on in the outside community. But then also for our personnel on the base, when they go off base into the community, and also for our visiting units or ships that come through here, everyone has to abide by the government of Guam mandates. And we are very clear with that in telling the folks that come here that they must do that. So we try to balance that. But again, we're looking very closely at the numbers. For us, a big part is the 7-day case rate, watching those, how those fluctuate. Just like Guam saw a spike not long ago that's coming down now, we saw a bit of a spike within DOD, and that's coming down as well. It's coming down pretty quickly. So we have just a small number of folks right now that are impacted.
Mm-hmm. We talk a lot about monoclonal antibody treatments, the REGEN-COV, and the infusion center that's set up over in Manilao. Does Naval Hospital, the military, offer these sorts of treatments as well?
We have some treatments that we can do, but actually in this respect, on the monoclonal, the government here and the hospitals in Guam are actually a little bit ahead of that. So we often refer our patients out to those facilities for those sort of treatments.
Mm-hmm. Can you talk about, the partnership then with the government of Guam and the military in the overall response to COVID?
Sure. So we, as you know, our Naval Hospital not only supports our military community, but also in many ways supports the local community. And it is quite common for our emergency responders, our ambulances and fire departments to respond in the local community, specifically on the southern half of the island, where the Naval Hospital is a little closer to. So we're often taking in patients that come, some with COVID, some for other reasons, into our hospital, especially when the local hospitals, it might be faster for them to get to us, depending on the criticality of the condition, or emergency services are engaged elsewhere, so we're able to do that. So that provides, that's one avenue where we provide some support. But the main thing is the constant and close collaboration between our Naval Hospital and the hospitals here in Guam to make sure that everyone is communicating what's going on and we can assist each other. So I think we've got a really great relationship in those respects.
Mm-hmm. Kind of wanted to switch gears from COVID. We all got the story about the USS Connecticut submarine that made its way to Guam following the incident in the South China Sea. Can you give us an update on the status of the submarine, the personnel, the sailors that were injured?
Sure. So the submarine's here. It's safe. It's in port. There's a number of assessments that are going on to ensure that the submarine is structurally ready for a voyage in the future. And at the same time, there's investigations that are going on, safety investigation to understand exactly what happened, and then a command investigation to understand the factors surrounding that. So those are all going on right now. And I can't speak to any of those specifically because of the nature of the investigations. The crew, most of the injuries were quite minor. There was a couple of more significant injuries too, and those folks have been treated. And I think right now we're doing pretty well. So the focus now is on the repairs to the vessel, the investigations, and then preparing the crew to make the voyage once they're ready to leave.
Mm-hmm. You know, on the repairs, I wanted to ask, because I think I saw an article, it might have been in Forbes, about repairs and the inability for repairs to be done on Guam. Can you speak to that? Is that true?
Well, so this particular submarine requires some very specialized maintenance to take care of it. It's a little bit different than the submarines that we have permanently stationed here in Guam. And because of that, decisions at other levels are being made where the maintenance is going to be done on the Connecticut. And I believe it looks like the Connecticut is going to go back to its home port, where they have the specialized equipment and training to do the repair on this particular kind of submarine.
Mm-hmm. So do you know how long it's going to be, I guess, here on island?
I can't tell you specifically. I know there's a number of things. It's really more about how long it's going to take the investigations to play out, and then the repairs they're doing to ensure that it's seaworthy for the voyage. Mm-hmm. I suspect it will be more than a few days. It'll still be here for a little while, but the specifics I don't have yet.
Mm-hmm. And who's conducting the investigation?
Right. So the Navy has a number of different investigating areas. And for anything dealing with our nuclear propulsion vessels, specifically the submarines, there's an organization called Naval Reactors. They're out of Washington, D.C., and they oversee all of this. And so they have sent some folks, some really specialized individuals that understand submarine operations and understand what it takes to do this. And they are among several different folks that are looking at this, but really the lead in figuring out what's going on.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned earlier you've been here for 4 months, so you've had a chance to go around the island, I would assume.
Yes.
What will be, I guess, your priorities as the new JRM commander?
Well, my priorities are continuing to work with the community, make sure that we have, and we're not always the best, I'll admit, make sure that we have open communication and dialogue so folks understand what's going on. But part and parcel with that is overseeing some of the construction that's going on here to improve some of the capabilities that we have here and expand some of the capacity that we have here on Guam.
Mm-hmm. All right. Was there anything else you'd like to say, or your message to the people of Guam?
Well, I would just like to address briefly, there's been quite a bit of discussion lately about some of the historical and archaeological finds, and there seems to be a bit of confusion as to why we do things in a particular manner, and I just want to clarify that a little bit. So we take great care to ensure that when we are doing construction, or when we discover any sort of remains or any sort of archaeological finds, that we do the utmost to protect that. And one of the ways we do that is to ensure that we have properly trained archaeologists that are involved in that, along with the State Historic Preservation Officer, and in conjunction with that. So what it means is that we really don't want anybody just go into an area to take a look, because they may not be trained, and they may actually cause damage or harm to the areas. So we're very protective of the exact locations of where things are found, specifically for that reason. And in doing such, I know that has a lot of frustration. So we're looking at different ways that we can better communicate this to the people here of Guam on exactly what's going on, so there's no confusion about this. Even myself, I can't just go to one of the sites and look at something. I have to be escorted by the proper people so I don't cause a problem. So I just want to make sure that that's really clear to everyone on why we do it this way. It's not in an effort to hide the culture. It's really in an effort to preserve the culture that's here and try to do that in the right manner. And I hope that makes sense.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Admiral Nicholson. Really appreciate your time and accessibility and coming on the show. And we look forward to more interviews with you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Half a day.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Rear Admiral. 8:17. Let's take a break, and we're coming back with our 8 o'clock newscast, which is proudly brought to you by Pacific Points. Good morning.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KYM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
The Culture Club returns to KOAM Digital and KOAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KOAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
Breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer, there are certain things that you can do, such as eat healthier and exercise. For more information about breast cancer, go to the American Cancer Society's website at cancer.org. Also, on October 22nd, we invite you to think pink by wearing the color pink on that day in solidarity of our breast cancer survivors and warriors.
This pink message is brought to you in partnership with Ordot Dental Clinic, joining the fight against cancer in honor of brave warriors, survivors, and their families. Island Cancer Center and American Cancer Society.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to the link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
The Totomotna Tales. October on the KUAM Podcast Network.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Hey, good morning. Morning. 8:21, Thursday, October 21st. Pacific Points, Cobble Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. Let's go ahead and get into our 8 o'clock newscast, which is proudly brought to you by Pacific Points. Here with the very latest at 8:21 on Thursday, October 21st, year of the COVID 2021. From the KUAM News team, Sabrina Salas-Matanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good day, everybody. The Joint Information Center last night reporting that 49 people are hospitalized for COVID-19. Additionally, there are 3 pediatric admissions, 12 patients receiving ICU level of care, 7 on a ventilator. The JIC also reports that out of the 49 hospitalized patients, 22 vaccinated, 26 unvaccinated, 1 ineligible to get the shot. Public Health reports 122 new cases of COVID out of 1,187 tests. To date, there have been a total of 17,276 officially reported cases, 226 deaths, 2,690 People are in isolation and 14,360 recovered. The CAR score 16.7. To date, a total of 122,465, that is 89.85% of Guam's eligible population, is fully vaccinated. The Guam Department of Education's daily COVID-19 report for Wednesday reported 0 reports of COVID cases among students and employees. The FDA meets next week to discuss authorizing the Pfizer vaccine for children ages 5 to 11, and the CDC meets the following week. But the Biden administration says it is taking steps now to be ready to give shots to kids if and when that authorization happens. Natalie Brand reports.
The White House rolled out its plan to vaccinate children ages 5 to 11 as soon as it's authorized, which could happen in early November.
These vaccine doses will be shipped with all the supplies needed to vaccinate kids, including smaller needles.
The plan is to give the vaccines in kid-friendly spaces, including more than 25,000 pediatric and primary care provider sites, as well as hospitals, pharmacies, and schools. And the administration is planning an educational campaign to ease any concerns parents may have.
We will work with schools to send letters home to parents. We will convene doctors and health clinics and support them in delivering vaccinations as soon as they have conversations with families.
For adults, the FDA could authorize the mix and match of different COVID vaccines as booster shots as soon as today. The White House COVID response team says more than 2 out of 3 eligible Americans are now fully vaccinated, but there are still holdouts, and some of the unvaccinated are willing to lose their jobs. New York Mayor Bill de Blasio announced all city workers have until the end of the month to get vaccinated, or they'll go on unpaid leave.
I'm saying this to every mayor, every governor, every CEO. It's time for these mandates. Finish this war, or we're going to have COVID with us way too long.
Vaccine mandates are impacting first responders in several cities. Los Angeles Fire reports that there have been about 241 separations from the department. Baltimore's police department is down 279 officers, and in Seattle, a group of firefighters marched up the steps of City Hall to turn in their boots rather than comply with the Washington state vaccine mandate. Natalie Brand, CBS News, the White House.
And just before midnight, Public Health issued a press release related to our CDC story about a team arriving to Guam. According to that press release sent at 11:45 p.m., it's a team of deployers to support case investigation and address the dead on arrival cases related to COVID-19. Questions remain about what Governor Lilian Guerrero has planned for the unprecedented $600 million American Rescue Plan funding. So Nestor Lecanto asked BBMR Chief Lester Carlson the same inquiry.
And I want to be clear and direct.
They're still asking what the governor has planned for the unprecedented $600 million in ARP money, so we asked Budget Director Lester Carlson the same in a recent interview.
You know that we gave EPA money to be able to mitigate a rate increase. You know that we provided money for the All Rise program. There are things that we have done that we've made public, but apparently he wants to know everything. And quite frankly, there's a lot of moving pieces that we're still being very cautious about because these funds there's a lot of strings attached.
Carlson says ARP is more restrictive compared to the previous CARES Act, which required the administration to be nimble in order to respond to COVID.
This is the rescue plan money. So you kind of did the COVID response. Now you're doing the rescuing of your economy and your jurisdiction. So there just needs to be some, things might change like next week.
But as the administration spends ARP money, as it did most recently with the $25 million for LEAP small business assistance, the question about a detailed spending plan keeps coming up.
Is there a plan? Because this just seems like a real ad hoc way of spending money.
Well, to somebody who doesn't work with $500 million, you might think that. But for somebody like me who manages $1 billion in the government budget every year and understands that once we pass the budget, it's very difficult to make any changes to it, I think that the ability to have flexibility is very paramount here. So I don't see, and I can't agree with your analogy simply because the operations of the government of Guam are different than the response to COVID.
Carlson said he's, quote, bewildered by all the good that seems to have been addressed, and yet people are still asking for a spending plan.
Didn't she take care of the all rise? Didn't she take care of this and that? I mean, we'll when she's ready to provide something, after she thinks there's some more finality, then she'll release it.
But even then, says Carlson, the governor will still probably need the flexibility.
The greatest impact.
Meanwhile, the government of Guam collected $61 million more in fiscal year 2021 revenue than it's projected. That's according to the newly released Consolidated Revenue and Expenditure Report that reflects the year-end September 2021 numbers. But the report drew a quick reminder from Speaker Therese Terlahi to the Bureau budget that $20 million of that excess revenue fund should be earmarked for tax refunds. In a letter last night to Budget Director Lester Carlson, the Speaker wanted to ensure that the, quote, additional $20 million is appropriately recognized now instead of treated as excess at the end of the fiscal year. With more news now, here is Hannah Devonzo.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafa day and good morning, everyone. I'm Hannah Devonzo with your headlines here on the link. KUAM has confirmed that a request from the Department of Public Health has been approved by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. The request was made at the beginning of our current surge in COVID-19 cases to deploy a team from the CDC to assist with technical support. That approval has since been granted, and within the next several days or possibly next week, we should see that team arrive on island. The CDC's arrival follows other assistance from the federal government, such as representatives from the Department of Health and Human Services, which visited Guam last month. It also follows the ongoing deployment of teams from FEMA and DoD to assist with the island's COVID response, including vaccination clinics, testings, the public health lab, and the administration of the monoclonal antibody treatments in Manilao. Millions of dollars in federal aid has been poured into Guam to help fight against COVID-19. Our Daniel Perez takes a closer look at the money and manpower being provided by FEMA.
From test kits to tents, vaccines, and vaccinators, the Federal Emergency Management Agency has been providing assistance to combat COVID on Guam. FEMA Region 9 External Affairs Officer Veronica Verde.
We've obligated almost $37 million to Guam in support of the COVID-19 emergency protective measures. And so this funding includes support to various emergency management measures, such as like non-congregate sheltering, quarantine facilities, vaccine distribution and administration, PPE, disinfection supplies, Emergency Operations Center, and surge medical staffing.
From money to manpower, FEMA has been working from afar and on the ground battling the virus.
We have 21 nurses to support vaccination efforts. That's a FEMA national contract that will expire in October 31st, 2021. We have 15 nurses to support the monoclonal antibodies administration. That's going to also expire October the 31st. We have 6 personnel to support administrative and logistical support. That also expires October 31st. We had deployment of 2 public assistant management personnel to assist Gov Guam with public assistance project worksheets. Additionally, we do have 2 what we call FEMA integration teams. They work really closely with the government of Guam for any resource requests that are coming in to help fight the pandemic. Additionally, we've had over 30 FEMA staff that have been deployed since the pandemic to the government of Guam to help support and curb the pandemic.
As Guam's fight continues, Verde says FEMA will also continue to assist with holding the line.
Guam has worked diligently to help curb the pandemic. The people, the community of Guam are so resilient. They've been through major disasters and now a pandemic. Helping to get vaccinated will help to help curb the pandemic. FEMA is here and will continue to support Guam as long as there is a need.
Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
The latest drop from Guam's epidemiologist Dr. Anna Pabutsky shows COVID cases and hospitalizations continue a slow and gradual decline. Dr. Pabutsky's data shows the average weekly case count has dropped by 20 and the 7-day rolling average is less than 100 cases per day. Graph shows COVID cases in all age groups are on a downward trend, except for children's ages 0 to 11, who now constitute the demographic with the highest case rate. Pabutsky also released data on vaccine efficiency. Pfizer has seen the most breakthrough COVID infections, but the report suggests data shows no one vaccine is better or worse than another. You can view the full data drop at KUAM.com. The Guam Department of Education released its latest COVID-19 weekly dashboard from October 13 to 19. It shows that there are 17 new COVID cases among students who have reported to campuses for in-person instruction. There are 25 on-campus students who deemed active COVID cases. The weekly informational board also displays that there are 7 new COVID cases among staff. There are about 8 active cases of GDOE employees. According to the dashboard, the percentage of GDOE employees fully vaccinated against the virus remain at 88.5%. There has been a slight increase in the number of students fully vaccinated against the virus. GDOE reports that 72.1% are reported fully immunized against COVID. Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios says there is a crisis of confidence in the NMI government, and that is why he is running for governor in the next election against Governor Ralph Torres. Our Tomas Manglutnia has the details.
I believe we can do a lot better. There is a crisis of confidence in our government today. There is no question about that.
Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios is running for governor in the next election after weeks of saying he's seriously considering it. The news also comes on the heels of his testimony in the Legislative Committee's investigation into Governor Ralph Torres' executive expenditures.
We made a decision to run the 2020 election, and we will formally be gathering and announcing our intent to run in the 2020 election with me and Mayor Apatan tomorrow. I seriously thought about it, did a lot of soul searching about it, because being a sitting lieutenant governor, going against a sitting governor, that's very, very extraordinary and very unusual, and it's a hard thing to do.
He says a Palacios Apatang ticket comes with experience.
Dave and I have worked in the legislature. We have seen the ups and downs and the cycles. We've also seen some difficult times. And we've also seen the ugly part of some of the situations that elected leaders over time have made in the Commonwealth.
Governor Torres announced his bid for re-election with Senator Vinny Sablan as his running mate in August under the Republican Party's banner. Palacios says the plan is to run as independents, but will seriously consider running as Democrats, just as the party announced an open call for candidates. Tomas Manglotnia for KUAM News on Saipan.
You can.
All right, and now let's go over to Saipan now, where Tomas Manglotnia is standing by in about 3 inches of water on the shores of our neighbors to the north. Tomas, good morning. What's going on?
Good morning, Ling family. We're here as 500 sails just set sail off to Tinian for the Taga Festival. We're able to see as they just leave shore here on Saipan. I wanted to give you some of the shots as they make their way over to Tinian for the Taga Festival. They're sending about 4 canoes there with the 2 master navigators, Tony and Mario. So again, they're headed over to the Taga Festival over in Tinian, and we're going to be joined with Pete and Emma Perez with 500 Sails in just a moment to give some context to the images that you're seeing on your screen now. But I wanted to share this live look here on Saipan at the Guma Sakman at 500 Sails as they make their way to Tinian. and here the escort boat. And we're now joined with the Perez's. We're here live on the link. Good morning to you. How are you doing? Good morning. And so we just saw them set sail. Where they headed, and how did the process go this morning?
I think it went fairly smoothly. So 4 canoes are going today, and they're going to the Taga Fest. This is we're trying to count a 4th or 5th trip to Tinian, and every time there's more canoes. So today we have 4. 1 more will go tomorrow, so on the trip back there will be 5. We're hoping next year that there's double that. We've got 3 women on the canoes, which is great. We have 2 navigators, Tony Kellogg and Mario Benito. And this is the first time that Pete and I haven't gone. So I'm feeling a little bit like setting the chicks loose out of the nest. It's exciting.
Exactly. Pete? Yeah, it's what I'm excited about this being the first time that we're not there. It's gone really well. There was April Rapecki planned it, and she did all this groundwork, getting everything ready, float plans and lists and crew lists, all the things that we need to bring. We had help from Marge Daria, and she worked with the people in Tinian, so we have a lot of support on the other side too. Taga Fest for us is usually a lot of kids in the water, and families coming out, and they love to go sailing. The kids love to swim. So, we're ready for them. They're going to have a great time. We have as much fun as they do because there's nothing like appreciation. The kids love the canoes. The families love the canoes. It's going to be a great trip.
And before we let you go, we know it was a busy morning as you prepared. What is the importance of continuing traditions like this?
Oh, this is fundamental. When I was young, I didn't know we had a maritime tradition. And now I can say in 2021, everybody knows that Chamorros and the Carolinians have maritime tradition. It's not that Chamorros are the landlocked people who only farm. We had a rich tradition, and it's awakened, and it's back. There's canoes being built and sailed on Guam, and here sadly we built in San Diego, so it's just going to continue. And it's very, very important because canoe culture is the heart of our society. It's how we're so different from a lot of societies, and the canoe culture is all about preparing and helping each other and really thinking of your community. Also, it's really great fun. It's great adventure and fun. So yeah, it's enriching everyone's lives.
And one of the things that's really important about the work you're seeing here is that it's a combination of Chamorros and Carolinians and the CNMI community coming together to make this happen. And we also just need to recognize our partners in this, the Indigenous Affairs Office, who allows us to use the buildings where we're doing the work, and for the Canoe Federation and CCDI, who have helped bring the Carolinian navigators to us to work together.
Yeah, all right. T&D is a big sponsor of ours too, regular every month. So we're really grateful.
All right, and we're just hearing the escort boat start to rev up and join the canoes that you can see there right off in the fading into the horizon as, again, they make their way to Tinian for the Taga Festival. The escort boat just going to trail right behind them. Emma, this is going to take about 6 to 7 hours, right, to Tinian, you said?
Maybe. You can't say.
can't.
The question you can never answer is when
How
are the
long?
canoes going to arrive? Yeah. If I give you an answer, I guarantee it will be wrong.
Right, and so, looking forward to that, and just wanted to provide our viewers across the region with this live look here on Saipan by the shore as a 500 sail set sail to
You're the man, Tomas. Thank you. I can feel the sand in my toes.
Thanks, Tomas.
Let's get on to are we doing the daily question, Tomas? I could just keep watching this, honestly.
Yeah. Well, we got more news to do.
We do have more news to do. Okay. Thank you, Tomas.
All right, thank you guys. Signing off from Saipan.
All right, take care.
There you go. Tomas Maglotnia on with the news. Sabrina Salas-Matanati, good morning.
And just a reminder that beginning this Sunday, you must dial 10 digits. That's our area code, 671, plus the telephone number for all local calls. If you don't use all 10 digits, a recording will inform you that your call cannot be completed as dialed. You will have to hang up and dial again using our 671 area code first. The new dialing process is part of a rule that was adopted by the FCC in July to establish 988 as the new nationwide 3-digit phone number for Americans in crisis to connect with suicide prevention and mental health crisis counselors. Guam carriers have teamed up to remind customers of the new 10-digit dialing procedure and offered the following tips to navigate through the change. First, go through your contact list and add 671 in the beginning of all local phone numbers. Reprogram all numbers on life safety systems or medical monitoring devices, PBXs, fax machines, internet dial-up numbers, fire or burglar alarms, and security systems or gates. For business customers, be sure to check websites, personal and business stationery, advertising materials, personnel and business checks for contact information, and other such items to ensure the area code is included. A virtual public hearing for Bill 161 is scheduled for today, which will require all charter school teachers to get the same certification as Guam Department of Education instructors. Isaiah Uggan spoke with some of the charter school administrators who oppose the legislation.
On behalf of the Guam Youth Congress, Senator Amanda Shelton introduced Bill 161-36, which would require all teachers employed at all charter schools to be certified by the Guam Commission on Educator Certification. Career Tech High Academy Charter School Principal Dr. Juan Flores and iLearn Academy Charter School Chief Academic Officer Rachel Stake both says they aren't in full support of the bill, but aren't against certification either.
I'm not sure that certification is what our charter schools need right now. I think that if there's a call for quality, it'll be for the charter schools on their own to try to build on the skills of the teachers according to what the charter schools are calling for. So every one of the charter schools has a specific area of focus, and that area of focus is not necessarily addressed in certification requirements.
I'm not against certification as a whole, but I do think that it should be considered for charter schools to have the authority to figure out what certification we want to require our teachers to get in order to fully implement the program, the specific program that we are implementing within our school.
The original charter school law, authored by former Senator Judith Wampat, allows them the freedom from governed traditional public schools currently. Dr. Flores shares how the bill would affect his learning institution if passed into law.
Then we won't be able to afford to pay them at the same level that the teachers are being paid in the public schools. It's going to be disastrous. The other thing is, again, it doesn't guarantee that if teachers are certified, they're going to provide the most effective teaching and learning that our students need. And I think that should be the bottom line.
Dr. Wampat, who recently resigned as the chief executive officer of Guahan Academy Charter School, says she intentionally wrote the law to not require certification because it's cost prohibitive. Although iLearn runs on uncertified teachers, Stake share there have been accomplishments we don't see at other public schools with certified teachers.
But the teachers that we have are amazing. Like, the programs that we have here works. Our scores show it, our students show it. We have placed in first place for Math Olympiad, like island-wide in the last few years, and that wasn't a certified teacher, but she's amazing and she's incredible.
Reporting for Guam News Network, Wahusi Isaiah Uggan.
News you need to know about the weather as the National Weather Service issued a hydrological outlook for Guam. A disturbance northeast of Pohnpei is anticipated to pass near the Marianas this weekend. According to a media release from Guam Homeland Security Office of Civil Defense, we could possibly experience heavy rainfall of 3 to 6 inches across the Marianas this weekend. This could lead to flooding in low-lying and poor drainage areas, while flash flooding could also be possible in the areas of heaviest rainfall. This developing situation will continue to be monitored closely, and a flash flood watch may be issued if conditions warrant. And as a reminder, Guam Homeland Security Civil Defense is encouraging participation in the Great Guam Shakeout Island-wide Earthquake Drill. It is today at 10:21 in the morning. From struggle to success, in this week's Inside Business Report, Tyler Mazzanani heads to Tamuning to share the story of how one local restaurant managed to survive and stay open during the pandemic, while others were forced to close.
Local business Three Squares has had a full plate throughout the pandemic, from social gathering restrictions limiting business to price increases and a stagnant tourism industry. They've somehow remained resilient and continue to fill the plates of others. Marie Guerrero and Mark Borja are the duo behind B&G Pacific. Doing business as Three Squares, they've been serving up local favorites since 2015.
Lunch was good, breakfast was great. We are naturally caterers, so this place always had families, and we were celebrating weddings and christenings and birthdays, and that's kind of what life was like. We have a beautiful bar, so we missed our bar customers most definitely before the pandemic.
But like several other businesses dealing with the reality of COVID restrictions, Three Squares was forced to make tough decisions. More than 80% of their staff had to be furloughed.
So definitely it was hard to let the staff go knowing they had bills to pay, knowing they had livelihoods they were trying to sustain. So that was definitely difficult for us.
The roller coaster of restrictions forced Three Squares to pivot and mix things up. During the pandemic, they established their new marketplace, began offering family platters, and established partnerships with other local businesses to offer their dishes. They also stepped up to the plate to help our community of heroes.
We were supporting the hospital, the frontliners. We were supporting those essential businesses that had to stay open, that needed a hot meal. So we found a lot of good corporate partners out there that relied on us to kind of get them through the day and get them through this pandemic.
According to Guerrero, it was a struggle, but it was our community coming together and showing their support for Three Squares that they've managed to survive.
I would really just have to say thank you. If you bought a Spam Musubi at a marketplace, if you bought a chicken family platter in our restaurant, if you have bought a ham and cheese sandwich at a C-store or ABC store, or a bag of our cookies at the local Payless, I just cannot extend as much gratitude.
With Inside Business, I'm Tyler Matsinani.
And that's your news. Stay tuned for more on the link after the break.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line. Hey, good morning, and thanks for joining us. Nick Lee, Guam EPA, in the KUAM News Zoom room. Nick, so glad you could be here.
Hey, Chris. Hey, Sabrina. Thanks for having me.
Right on. And I know there's a bunch of stuff to catch up on, but I wanted to kind of start maybe a little lighthearted note. But there was an NOV that you had come on the show and talked about, and this was relative to a I believe it was a pesticide technician who had allegedly poisoned a bunch of birds because he was angry at somebody. Is there any follow-up information on that incident, Nick?
That's correct, Chris. So as previously reported on the link, an NOV was issued to a pesticides technician employed with NOCOOE. Part of that NOV had a $2,000 administrative penalty order attached to it, along with compliance orders. About 2 weeks ago, the company did make a payment in the full amount of $2,000. So the agency is working with NOCOOE to close that notice of violation out. There's still some compliance orders that need to be met based on the instructions on the notice of violation. Nokohoi has 30 days to submit certain information to Guam EPA. Information include things like the types of restricted use pesticides they've ordered, they've had in stock, or they've applied. The agency wants to see pictures of the facility. They need to ensure that their certifications are up to date because there are different certifications for applicators and people that are going to be handling restricted use pesticides. So the time frame for all of this information is between July 1st of 2019 and July 31st of 2021. It's an expansive time frame. The Pesticides Enforcement Program wants to, they want to ensure that, all the documentation is in order. Remember, you're dealing with products that are intending to kill something, right? So there's, again, we always talk about this. There's a legal, scientific, and administrative review that goes into these products. It's regulated by both federal and local statutes. And so we want to ensure that applicators are using this the way the manufacturers intended it to. That way it's effective. The worker is not injuring themselves, and they don't cause any undue harm to the environment as they're applying these things.
Nick, so when I was reading the NOV, and we were able to find out this kind of stemmed around like almost an Atambaba, right? Was the individual who allegedly committed these infractions was upset because someone had given him a funny look. Were you able to glean any more information, kind of in the post investigation phase of this?
No, we only look at what our regulations allow us to. Obviously, you're going to get some information that it's expansive when an investigation is being performed by any of our programs at the agency. But we stick to where our regulatory authority lies, and in which case there were violations in FIFRA. So that's what we stuck to, and it was well documented. And we're happy that Nokohoi is working with us to close this notice of violation out.
We wanted to also get an update on Marble Cave.
Sure. So there is significant progress being made at Marble Cave. Again, the contractors over there remain in close communication with the agency. As of October 11th, the contractors reported that they did complete repair work to the stairway leading to the cave. They're also going to be doing more work to reinforce the berms, the silt fences along all the ponding basins. Revegetation continues to be worked on. So there's progress. We did grant an extension to one of our compliance orders. So part of that extension requires the contractor to provide the final engineering plans for all the work that's being done, and provide justification on why that work is being done. So it's moving along. That's something that we're definitely happy to report.
Nick, but
No, I was just going to ask, what about US EPA? Is there any information from them?
Yeah, so there was an inspector that came out from US EPA back in August. The inspector did complete the report, and the last time we spoke about this on the link, we did mention that decisions for enforcement out of Region 9, they don't come very quickly. So we can't give you or the public a time frame as to when a decision is going to be made if the federal government is going to issue their own notice of violation. So that is still in process. Leadership over there will continue their deliberations, and I'm sure once the decision is made, we'll be able to share that with you. And the folks at Region 9 are pretty quick to share those decisions like that. So it's really something that is in their control right now.
Nick, with this very egregious violation of some pretty basic practices at a construction site by Samsung and KEPCO, has it facilitated any kind of forward review of other projects that, have your inspectors gone around and just popped in at different sites to just check those BMPs?
Yes, especially during the rainy season, that's something that our inspectors are on the lookout for. I can also tell you that we've received an uptick in community complaints. Every time they happen to notice that a silt fence is down, or it looks like there's this construction site that appears to have some runoff. So the community is definitely more engaged when it comes to watching out for their properties or their adjacent properties. So we get those calls, and that's something that we've seen an increase in since the Marble Cave incident. And I think now is the perfect time to probably segue into one of the bills that that was signed into law. This is the one where the administrative penalty order cap of $125,000 is removed. So you could stand a reason that now with our calculations for days out of compliance, this should serve as a deterrent for contractors who aren't as responsible as they should be when managing their stormwater on their projects. We do appreciate the speaker for introducing that bill. We appreciate the administration for supporting us on that effort.
So is that it for Samsung KEPCO, or do you guys get to go back now that we got a new law and tack on a few extra couple $100 grand?
I don't think we're able to do that. Because the notice was issued prior to the law being changed. But if they find themselves in violation again with this new law, then you could apply that law to their administrative penalty order.
Mm-hmm. There was also another bill that the governor signed. I think it was Senator Sabina Perez's bill, Bill 116, regarding illegal dumping.
Right, that's the one that we're enhancing support for illegal dumping. I think she's also had the the fines increased. Mm-hmm. And there's clear language on community service if you get caught apprehended committing illegal dumping. There's a certain amount of hours that you would be compelled to perform in either cleanup or recycling outreach.
It's been a minute, Nick, since we met up with you at the illegal dump site. But just want to ask, what's the status of violations and your inspectors and these illegal dumps? Is it still the same old problem areas?
It is. We continue to see the same complaints about the same areas. I do. If I could just backpedal for a bit with Marble. So even that area is prone to illegal dumping. One of the things that I did want to make mention of is in the process of improving the site access to the cave, the contractors did pick up the litter and the waste on that part of the project site. So hopefully it stays that way. But I mean, you talk to anybody that's ever participated in a cleanup, and it's usually back to the same state it's been at when you first clean it up within a couple of weeks. So that's the unfortunate part about it.
Yeah.
It is a tough job. We do respond to complaints. if we're able to tie a waste pile, a waste stream to a responsible party, then we go ahead and do that. But it remains a challenge. The bottom line is, just remember, everybody is responsible for their solid waste. There's no excuse for it.
The last time we had you on, we were talking about the derelict vessel removal and that executive order that the governor had signed a while back, and you did kind of hint like, check me again the following week. So what's the update?
We'll be making an announcement on that shortly. The executive order, I believe that was 2020-42, that established the ADV removal group. It's a combination of local Guam agencies. Guam EPA is somewhat the lead on that. We were able to work with our federal counterparts at Region 9. We were able to work with the DoD to get some training opportunities for salvage divers. We had a small project in 2017. I can't remember the name of the project, but it involved the removal of 3 abandoned derelict vessels. And so, based on that success, the agency learned what that process was to get that type of federal support. It's been a while. It's been a lengthy process. We got it completed, and through the support of the administration, we're able to get the executive order established to get that going. So we're excited for that work, and an announcement is going to be made on that progress soon.
What about there was a public hearing, I think it was last week, with Senator Sabina Perez about the open detonation pit, at Andersen Air Force Base.
Right. So it was an informational briefing held by Senator Perez. The program, who would be responsible for overseeing and regulating that activity, appeared, in the briefing. We do understand that, our committee chair does have concerns about the agency permitting that type of activity. I watched some of the footage from the informational briefing, and we all saw the letter that she put out, and kind of addressing what her concerns were based on that type of technology. I do want to say, first of all, we have a great working relationship with Senator Perez. I mean, you look at the bills that she's been putting out. We know that she's very supportive of our agency and the mission. And if she feels that something needs to be done about something we regulate, then she's not gonna hold back. She will let us know. I thought it was a great opportunity for the community to get a better grasp of what was being permitted. Our permitting process does go through the public comment period. We follow the open government law. Not everybody keeps up to date with that stuff. So through that briefing, she was able to breathe some life into it and get the community more educated on the permit. She was able to share her ideas with our agency, and we were able to inform her of our decisions on how the permit's written up, what our correspondence is like with Andersen Air Force Base, in terms of the operability of the open burn, open death site. So that decision for any approval still resides with the administrator. I could only imagine that additional meetings are probably going to take place about it, but anything right now would be speculative.
Do you anticipate the administrator of Guam EPA responding to the senator's letter?
I'm sure that's forthcoming.
Are you able to say, because I know that we did have the senator on, and she was saying that this permit is renewed every 3 years, I believe, right? So does one take that to mean that the open pit and open detonation has been an ongoing practice on Guam when this permit wasn't in fact approval and in play?
My understanding is that the open burn is tied directly to open detonation, and I think every time there's an unexploded ordnance or some type of munition of concern, EOD would probably use that site when it was permitted. It didn't sound like open burning was taking place because the facility to properly pull that off is not completed yet, and so I don't think that any open burning was taking place within the recent future. I mean, recent times perhaps. There is a plan submittal on the design of their facility to carry out open burning. That's not been submitted yet. It's part of their permit process. So right now it just remains that they're going through their steps to get a permit to operate for open det. Yeah, that's and again we did go through the open government law on that. So any decision on any permit changes or approvals that resides with the administrator.
So when you say you comply with the open government law and making these announcements, when and where and how frequently are they announced?
So you do get, so from the time the public comment period begins, an announcement is made. I mean, the language in the statute is, newspaper of general circulation, right? We've got a couple here. Those things are published. And then it gives you instructions as to how you can submit your comments. I don't remember the exact date that that the notice went out, but there are instructions on how you can review a copy of the permit, how you could submit your comments, and it does tell you that in certain instances the applicant may have to go through some type of hearing with the agency. What I do understand is the public comment period for that permit has closed, but I don't recall the specific dates at this time.
Okay. Well, Nick, definitely appreciate you coming on and sharing all this great information with us. And when it comes to the environment, just keep up the fight.
Appreciate that, and we everybody at Guam EPA appreciates the platform that you offer us to engage with the community. So thank you for that, and you guys be safe.
Well,
You too.
We're here to help, Nick. So God bless you, and God bless Guam EPA.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Bye.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Who leads a team of people taking care of another member of the animal kingdom. They've got a really, really cool way to get you involved with the Boonie Flight Project. I'm rocking my t-shirt right now. I helped them out a few months ago, and my buddy Lauren is in the KUM News Zoom room right now, and they have an auction going on where you can score some really, really cool stuff, and you can also help the cause to get this problem that we've had for a very long time of 60,000 strays roaming Guam streets and the jungle all around the villages. Find them happy homes, loving families that want to make them. And how would you say, what's the phrase you guys use, Lauren? Your forever home?
Yeah, fur.
Very, very nice.
Forever.
Well, we haven't caught up with you in the wild and everything like that. So welcome back to the show. And you're a friend to all things that walk around on four legs, but you need the help of the humans this time to actually continue your mission and everything like that. And you found a really, really cool way to do it. And by the looks on my watch and everything, your auction actually just started a few minutes ago on Facebook, right?
It did, yeah. Thanks for having me. We're hosting a virtual auction on Facebook over the next couple of days. It ends on October 24th at 8 p.m. And we have a whole bunch of items and services that are up for auction. And all proceeds, of course, go to Boonie Flight Project. Our mission is to fly dogs off island to adopters and to partner rescues stateside. And we have a lot of cool stuff. So you should check us out.
Okay, so let's talk about the mechanics of the auction, because I'm like Mr. Computer Nerd, right? And when I heard about this, I was like, hey, there's an auction on Facebook, and the way you guys have actually structured it is really, really cool. But I want to kind of preface in saying, if you already follow the Boonie Flight Project on Facebook, it's a separate Facebook group that you have to follow, but you're in right away. It's not like you got to wait around like 3 days for an admin to let you in. Like as soon as you join the group, you're in and you can start making bids, right?
Exactly. So if you search Boonie Flight Project auction on Facebook, you'll find a group. Or if you go to our regular Boonie Flight Project Facebook page, we've linked it there. And yeah, you just join the group and scroll through the items. They're being posted now. They're not all up because the auction just started. So kind of keep your eyes out over the next couple hours and see what you like. And to bid, you just comment on the post of what you want and your bid. Yeah.
Now, a couple things stick out to me because the number of donations that you guys have. I mean, they're donations, they're prizes. I mean, they're very, very broad. There's a lot of them, first of all, and it is really, really cool stuff. There's products and services, and you guys are doing this for like 3 days, right? So you've got a lot of time to like think about it, maybe, collab with your friends, but it is an auction. So, highest bid wins. So, you can't just dilly-dally on this stuff and wait for the last minute.
Exactly. Yeah, we have over 100 items and services that have been donated. And it's such a huge variety, everything from handmade jewelry and artwork from Judy Flores and Rick Castro to like a personal chef coming to make you dinner, fancy picnics that are themed and really beautiful, photography sessions with a professional photographer.
And right as you said that, the photography session popped up. We've got it showing on screen.
Really?
Yeah, this is amazing stuff. This is high value items, and this is just testament to the wide swath of people in our community who want to help and get this thing done.
We're really lucky that the community really has embraced Boonie Flight Project.
Mm-hmm.
We get so many messages every day from people asking us if we can take puppies from them, or how they can help. And we do as much as we can. We're only limited by the room we have on flights and finances. But we have a waiting list of adopters who want these dogs. Guam Boonie dogs are like a huge hit stateside. So
can we talk about that for a sec, Lauren? Because I've been talking to you about this for several months, and it's astonishing to me that the Boonie dogs, which I grew up with, you see them all over the place, obviously, and that problem exists today. But
yeah,
there's such and so much in demand in the mainland and everything like that. What is the thing that attracts specifically Guam Boonie dogs to like a mainland audience?
Their uniqueness, I think is the biggest selling point for these dogs. Like they all look a little funky. They're beautiful dogs, but they've got like big ears and they have different colors and they're the perfect size usually, and they're so smart. And it's also hard to get puppies when stateside. There's a puppy shortage, which is crazy to even think of. So yeah, we're filling that void with lots of puppies from Guam, and people love the variety. We have people message us, say like, I want a black and tan girl puppy. So we just go find it for them. You can drive down the street
and these are dogs with like island sensibility, and they're Guam street tough. So, you know, these dogs are survivors, but you know, I mean, they are still nature's creatures and everything, and everybody wants to be loved, and you want some place that you can call home, and you want a family that you can take care of and have take care of you and everything like that. So who doesn't want that throughout the animal kingdom?
Exactly. And to this date, we've sent them to over 20 states so far.
Wow.
And we have one going to Canada even. Their family's driving down to pick the dog up in Seattle and drive it all the way back.
Very cool. Okay, I want to get back to the auction in just a second, but you actually have your next Boonie Flight project is coming up on this Sunday, right? And how many dogs are you going to send, and how many dogs have you sent total over to the States?
We're sending a little over 50 dogs on Sunday to adopters who've been very eagerly waiting for their puppies. And total, we've sent over 160 as of this next flight.
Very nice.
So, yeah, all since April. This all started April 10th. That was our first flight, and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. We can't really keep up with the demand for the Boonie dogs.
Yeah, and if you guys ever want to see something really, really cool, just follow Lauren's page at Boonie Flight Project on Facebook and everything. And when you see a kid united with a dog that they've only seen virtually online for a few weeks and everything, and when they finally meet and said, this is my new best friend, this is my family member, it's the most precious thing in the whole world.
I always cry.
I hope you've got a healthy supply of tissues, because you guys are doing a lot of those.
I know, 50. They always take pictures and videos of when they meet their dog and send them to us. And our flights are usually like 25 dogs, so 50 is going to be a lot of tissues.
Well, that's a really big yield. Okay, auction time again. So now it's about 9:18 on my clock right here on my laptop and everything. I know you're monitoring this stuff just because you're keeping tabs on it. No puppy left behind. There you go. That's a beautiful message.
Yeah.
Are you already seeing bids come in for the items? And again, you don't have to put down your credit card information. You just put a comment, right? It's a comment. It's a comment on the post, not a DM or anything.
Just a comment. Yeah, we've seen a lot of bids coming in. I only checked for like 5 minutes because I had a meeting right before this interview and did a quick scroll, and there were already like 7 bids on one item. So I'm pretty impressed and excited to see what happens with the rest of the auction.
Very cool. So, I mean, this is a really, really fun thing. Obviously, it's interactive. And again, it goes from, it started today at 9 a.m. and it goes until the 24th at 8 p.m. Is it Guam time?
Yeah.
Okay. So you got some time. There's a lot of really cool stuff. And remember, again, I can't stress this enough for everybody. It is a competitive auction. So, you kind of want to, I mean, you can even collaborate with a friend and just say, hey, let's, kind of drive the price up a little bit, if you really want that photo session. But get involved with this because it is really cool stuff.
Yeah, we would love to have more support and more people involved.
Okay, beautiful segue. I was just about to ask that. If people would like to help directly, if they just said, I believe in what you're doing, can I come out? There may be student groups who want to earn, service learning points, or church groups who want to do community service and everything like that. Many hands make light work. Are you in need of more volunteers?
The thing we are always really in need of are fosters. We're also limited by the number of fosters we have. And if we have more fosters who are able to take care of these puppies in their own homes until they leave on their flight, usually for a month, maybe a little longer, then we can take more puppies and adopt them out. And once a puppy gets adopted, we connect their foster parents to the adopter so they can kind of chat online and share pictures, and a lot of nice friendships have started that way, far away.
Very cool. So, okay. So let's give one final sales pitch, if you will, on people. Join the auction. Make sure that you join the group. And again, we got the URL at the bottom of your screen. Make sure you jump in there. You don't have to wait around. You're in once you join the group, and you can start making bids. Make it a family event.
Yeah. Yeah, have fun with it. Send it to your friends, share it around, please. If you don't love any items for some reason and you just want to donate, there's opportunities for that too. There's a couple posts that are just fundraising posts, like the No Puppy Left Behind thing you mentioned. You know, sometimes we have puppies that maybe they don't photograph so well. Nobody really wants to adopt them because these adopters are picking dogs based on photos. So we have a fund where we always, if we have a puppy in our program, we always send it stateside to a rescue no matter what. But then we're paying for the flight instead of the adopter. So donate on that post or whatever post you want. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to go into the financials because that's, I mean, it's just daunting to me. I mean, I can only imagine what you're going through, you know, looking at, you know, the bottom line and everything. But this kind of thing, it just doesn't take sweat equity. It also takes like a lot of money to get these out. So, you know, the Boonie Flight Project, ladies and gentlemen, needs your help. Boom, there you go. I love that logo, and I'm rocking it right now, so I can help out. But yeah, so really looking forward to seeing how the auction goes. And I guess best final question is for the people that actually wind up winning their bids for the donation, how will they find out that they've won?
One of us will contact you through Facebook. We'll just message you on Facebook through our Boonie Flight page. And we'll just coordinate getting the item to you and collecting payment. We ask that bids be paid within 48 hours of us contacting you, telling you their winner, and yeah, we'll get it to you.
Okay. And is your team in need of any volunteers for this Sunday's event, or do you have enough people already?
I think we're good.
Okay.
Flight day volunteers fill up fast. And if we have too many people, it gets a little crazy. So we try to limit it a bit. But we are looking for like somebody who's really good at TikTok. So if anybody's really good at TikTok, let us know.
Oh, okay. I did a commercial selling chicken sandwiches, and you know that seemed to work all right. So you know, we'll I'll have our people call your people, and we'll work out the semantics.
Okay. That's good.
All right, Lauren. Well, thank you so much for what you're doing to help our island and help these wonderful animals find loving homes and everything like that. It's an amazing project.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
All right,
Happy
absolutely.
bidding.
All right, good luck, and I'll see you on the auction. I'll see you online.
All right.
All right, bye-bye. Okay, we are going to take a quick break, but the link continues right after this. Please stay with us.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KYM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
The Culture Club returns to KOAM Digital and KOAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KOAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KOAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now. The Totomotna Tales. October on the KUAM Podcast Network.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to the link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
Hey guys, don't forget Think Pink tomorrow and the Great Guam Shakeout today. Thank you to Jenna Gamindi Blas of Guam Homeland for coming on about the Great Guam Shakeout yesterday. Good morning, 927. The link is proudly brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. Our friends at Burger King, thank you guys so much. We're going to bring you Cover Me, which is brought to you by Burger King, in just a sec, but really want to showcase the delivery, the drop, if you will.
And just in time for Halloween.
That's right.
The ghost.
Yeah, get it?
We have some apparitions in the room.
Apparition.
Oh, Pika! Okay, well, would you say the ghost pepper is Pika? Because it's kind of its own thing.
Let's talk ghost pepper.
Yeah, it's its own thing.
So what makes the ghost pepper so good is it is pica. It's actually picaca, but it has a flavor to it. So, there's some peppers that are just straight up hot, and then there's some doni, like the doni sali, that have a good flavor to it. The ghost pepper is beloved by the island people because it is hot and it has, like my auntie says, has taste. So Burger King has dropped off their brand new ghost pepper chicken nuggets. I got about 3 of those in my mask right now.
Do you need a glass of milk, or is it?
No, this is good.
It's good.
It's made with white meat.
You know hot.
Yeah, it's good. It's got a little kick to it, but it's delicious. It's Burger King's ghost pepper chicken nuggets. They're made with the white meat. All right, the chicken breast, guys, kicked up with fiery ghost pepper. Our ghost pepper chicken nuggets are the perfect balance between flavor and heat. Thank you so much, Burger King, for the BK ghost pepper chicken nuggets breakfast. Right? They even threw in some of those. What are those, like? Tater tots, BK tots, good.
I'm all about the tater tots.
Yeah. Shotgun the crown. So thank you so much, Burger King, for dropping off these ghost pepper chicken nuggets. We're going to do Cover Me right now, which is also brought to you in part by Docomo Pacific. And then we're coming back with a sneak peek of the new episode of the Totomotna Tales podcast. That's next, right here on the link. Good morning.
Strike it up, lay it out, light it up, breathe it out, back it up, look at me, fanzugi, strike it up, lay it out, light it up, breathe it out, back it up, look at me, fanzugi, stairs up, never up and running, better gonna hear me coming. Sun on my mind, yeah. Look so fine, I wanna turn her to a 9, yeah. Put fire to my ice cold skin as we get in the sea. I'm fine to go wherever, just as long as you're with me. So what's the deal? Let's spin the wheels. What's that you feel? Come on, give it to me. Jack it up, play it up, light it up, breathe it out, back it up. Look at me, Vanzugi, Vanzugi. Jack it up, play it up, light it up, breathe it out, back it up. Look at me, Vanzugi, Vanzugi. Jack it up, play it up, light it up, breathe it out, back it up. Look at me, Vanzugi, Vanzugi. Jack it up, play it up, light it up, breathe it out, back it up. Look at me, Vanzugi, Vanzugi.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to the link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV 8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Shut the door, turn around. Let's find some common ground. And no more fake smiles, there's no one around. It's just you and me now. You've been saying everything on your mind. Know the ending of your every line. Suppressing what I'm feeling just to be kind. Where do we go from?
Hey, good morning. Thursday. I was off this week. I thought yesterday was Thursday. Then I thought today was I thought today was Friday, right? No, I thought today was Wednesday. I don't even know anymore. All I know is I'm here. Thursday, October 21st, year of the COVID 2021. Good morning, Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITN, and Jack in the Box. Thank you, guys. Coming up, we'll give you that sniblet of the new episode of the Tatamona Tales podcast. But first, let's head over to the KUAM newsroom where we're sassing CNMI, and I think Christian is in Guam. He's in Guam, right. So we have Monica Dioro and Christian Nicholas of the Micronesia Climate Change Alliance. And we'll just get right into it. So Monica, you shot me a message. Chandler Ramirez, been up there 20 million times, hated every time. Chronic illegal dumping issues there. And then the mayor, I mean, not just this mayor, the previous mayor, Mayor Rudy, but they've just been struggling to try and figure out how to get a handle on this illegal dumping. And I know your group has done 1 million cleanups there. You go and you clean it up. Very next day, trashed again. And so you shot me a message saying that you guys were working on solutions for this along with the mayor. So you got me. Here we are. What is it? Let's go.
Yeah, we're trying some new things out. We'll see how it goes. We're launching this Saturday from 7 to 11 a.m. We're doing a cleanup. We're incentivizing, most of the cleanups we always do, it's people not from the community. It's us. I live in Talafofo, and I would drive all the way over there at like 6:30 in the morning and do a cleanup and then leave, and most of the times it's other people not there. And so we really wanted to over the last few months, engage with the people who live around there, meet them where they're at. Christian was there on the ground for hours yesterday, talking to different people all over the community. We had pamphlets made about how to properly get rid of your waste, who to call to report illegal dumping, what hazardous waste is, and the services that Guam Solid Waste has. And we worked with Mr. Cause, the Micronesia Resource One-Stop Shop, to translate that pamphlet in both what were the languages, Christian?
Pretty much all the languages, like Chickees, Yappies, Pumping, Kosrayan. And, the people really appreciated that we were able to translate the pamphlet. So, there's no language barrier.
Yeah, and we were able to raise funds with using talents and skills from other residents in Jigo and from people directly from the Gilbaza community. We've been making marmars and woven coconut goods since April. We launched this program to really start fundraising specifically to create new solutions for this community with people and talents from the community. So we've sold, I would say, like well over 150, 200, 300 different goods. Half of the money went to the people who made the makers, the weavers, who were Yappies cousins, and then some other Chamorro weavers from the village of Jigo who were making coconut hats and coconut baskets and fans and such. And we were able to raise $6,000. So $3,000 went to our initiative. We are creating a sign with the help of the Jigo Mayor's office, which was also translated to help people curb the waste and to make the illegal dumping issue more known. There is no signage there, and now there will be signage, and it's going to be printed in all the different languages of the residents that live there. It is a community made of mostly migrants. And we also have an exciting partnership with the UOG nurses, nursing students, as well as with Circle K76. So if you do show up and you're a registered Jigo resident of this area and you show up to the cleanup, you'll be able to avail yourself of a $20 gas card from Circle K76. And we're also working to incentivize reporting of illegal dumping, that if your reporting of illegal dumping leads to a fine, then you'll be able to also get a reward, like a gas card.
Nice. Monica, I wanted the signage. I think that's so key, and it's such a simple step towards a solution. I want to highlight the Inalahan mayor, Mayor Tony Chargaloff. He put in a bunch of signs. I don't know because you're in NMI, but after you pass Talafofo Bay, when you're all the way through Malolo, there's these signs like every 50 yards or something. Keep Inalahan clean, don't mess with Malolo, that kind of thing. And it really subconsciously, I mean, I don't ever litter, but when I see it, and I look at the side of the road and I don't see any trash, I got to think it works. It's just kind of like that, honor system. You put it on the people like, hey, don't mess with it. So I think that's good because there hasn't been that in that area of Chandler Ramirez, right?
Yeah, and if there was, it was probably most likely only in English. The majority of the people that live there don't necessarily read or write or speak in English either. So it was really important for us to make sure that we make this as accessible as we can, especially for the people that live there.
Let's talk a little bit more. You said you want to incentivize the reporting of illegal dumping.
Yeah, Christian, if you want to jump in and talk a little bit more about that idea.
Yeah, so part of the sign is just the mayor's contact number, and then the sign just reads, "Keep our island beautiful and clean, report litter bugs, fines up to $1,000. And it just gives them instructions that if they know who it is, to report it, take a picture, and that there is a reward, because they know who's doing it. And majority of the people who live in this area are families with kids who go to bus stops. And surprisingly, the hotspot in that area for dumping is at the bus stop for some reason. So, when I mentioned like, hey, your kids ride the bus and, it's surrounded by trash, kind of like has a thought in their mind. They're like, yeah, you know what? We should do something about that. Yeah. They're kind of hesitant on doing it because, they don't want to be a tattletale, but I think they're trying to get the picture like, we have to start doing something for the kids.
Yeah, and we're looking at getting gas cards to people who are from that area to also take their trash to the transfer station. And once they show their receipt for the transfer station, they can get a $20 gas card from the mayor. They just have to go to the mayor and engage with the mayor and sign up and fill out a form. But we have to make sure, and we'll also have the Jigo mayor's staff there this Saturday to register people as Jigo residents. And as residents of both Gilboza and Zero Down.
Wow. Yeah, just wow. I mean, I've taken strolls with the lieutenant governor. I've had, a million senators on. We've done all these lives from all these different dumps, and the conversation has always been about, what can we do? What can we do? What can we do? So it's good to see that you guys went from what can we do to let's just do something.
Yeah, we hope it works. We hope it makes a dent in this community. We really do want to empower and create a model for others, because this isn't the only area in the northern part of Guam where there's dumping that's happening regularly. We really hope to have a model. I mean, we did this we really created this funds out of like nothing, just using our natural resources and the skills and talents of people who are in the community that never have been paid for these skills. So like if we could do it with no money, no real plan, but just could have the intention of working with the people in the community and empowering them, I think that this could definitely make a big impact and be something that can be copied in other parts of Dedido and other parts of places where we see a lot of illegal dumping. We want to have, there's fines and there's stuff, but there's no real positive reinforcements of if you do something good, then we'll reward you. There's no reward system for being a good citizen. So that's something that we wanted to ensure that we try to do too.
Right on. Positive reinforcement. I like it. Moniaka, just the deets, if you will, before we let you go this Saturday.
Go ahead, Christian.
Yeah, so this Saturday, 7 to 11 a.m., we're doing a community trash pickup. 10 a.m., we have a meeting within the community so we can expand the project, and hope to see everyone there. If you have any more if you need any more information, you can contact us on Instagram at Micronesia Climate Alliance on Instagram. Yeah, hope to see everyone there.
Right on.
We also have different just shout outs to all the different organizations that made this possible. Mr. Cos, UN, the UOG nursing students, also UOG Center for Island Sustainability really helped out. The Jigo Mayor has been a huge support system for us as well. And also Mr. Rubbishman is donating the trash can that will be the 20 cubic trash can that we'll be throwing all the trash in, and we know we'll fill that up in a matter of hours.
Right on. Well, Moniaka, the weather over there in the NMI looks great.
It's been really nice.
Yeah, we just were with Tomas and we watched the 500 set sale for Tinian.
Oh yeah, for the Taga Festival.
Right, that's right. Right on. Okay, we'll see you. Well, thanks for checking in, Moniaka. Christian, it's good to see you. Come back.
Esta.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay. Esta adios. 9:47. Let's switch gears a little bit. and give you the new episode of the Tatamona Tales podcast.
This is the one that everybody's been looking forward to because you had a conversation with an exorcist.
That's right.
This is the exorcist.
He's
right?
the exorcist for the island of Guam. Paulie Jose Villagomez. This is a sneak peek of episode 2 of my series Tatamona Tales, and it's available on the KUAM Podcast Network. Here you go.
First, this lady called for the mic. For the mic told her to call me. She called me, and I was already doing exercise in exercising a house in Jiku, and then so I gave her my number to call me back again. So I told the lady, have somebody meet me at Barricade Church, Santa Barbara. And so I met, and they got me up back there. As soon as I get in, I say I can say something. Then during the course of blessing this lady, there's a voice that came up from that woman. I'm going to bring this woman to hell. I was tempted to say to him, over my dead body, but I don't want to say because it's not my power. So I said, Jesus will not allow that. And then I went through the whole ritual, and then I finished. And then the following day, Sunday, I remember that very well because I just finished saying Mass at Mangilaw. And she called me up, and she thanked me. I said, thank God. And I never do follow-up because I'm not the one doing it. The doctors, when they, cure people, when they operate, they follow up. That's normal. Right. Because they did it. But with me, I'm not doing it. Jesus is doing it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You cannot go wrong. And usually also on the way there, not only talking to Jesus, but talking to the Blessed Mother. Mom, take care of me. Yeah, because, she... In fact, I just about 2 months ago, I forgot which was... AWTN. And the priest was saying, in the name of Jesus, the person is still affected. But then he said, in the name of the Blessed Mother, Ayade.
That was it.
See, that was it. And he or she, I forgot, was freed. And I know I read a book on the mystical writer, those that communicate directly with God. And this lady was saying that the devil is afraid. Fear the Blessed Mother. And so, and in fact, remember the the book of Revelation, the dragon is trying to devour you, but the angel took you away from, so she's wrong. Yes.
So if you go in and, the ritual's not working, you throw in a Biba Santa Maria Carmelite, and that's it.
No, just just go together, yeah.
Right.
But yes, as I said earlier on, I was concerned of fear, but at this stage in my life, because I'm totally convinced I'm not doing it. It's God's power. I have nothing.
Do you consider it a war between good and evil, Paulie?
Of course. From the beginning, Adam and Eve. That's why who tempted Adam and Eve? Satan, eh? Who tempted Jesus after he fasted for it? Satan, eh? So that's why I believe that they exist, and all the exorcism that Jesus did and went during his life. But people want to say, no, there's no devil. The devil is very tricky. He wants you to believe that there's no devil, then you just do your own thing.
Right.
Yeah. And unfortunately now, the more science is, and technology is so great, and people are forgetting now they cannot see God, so it doesn't exist.
You're right. So with the advent of technology, what you have now is you have these shows and just this train of thought about, if we didn't capture it on camera, or if we didn't, see the demon, see the ghost, then it must not be real.
Not be real, right? So then you never see God, so it's not real.
Right. And so there might be people who are listening to this who are saying, Paulie Jose said he did this, said he did that, but where's the proof?
Yeah. And then they say, Paulie Jose is full of what? They can say it because anyway, as Jesus Christ was crucified for telling the truth. So I'm telling the truth, and if anybody gets offended, Jesus will take care of them.
There you go. Paulie Jose Villagomez is the official exorcist for the island of Guam, appointed by Archbishop Michael Burns. But in this episode of the Tatamona Tales, he shares how he's been responding to requests for exorcisms for many years, even before his appointment by our latest Archbishop Michael Burns. So it's a good talk, guys. It was a little interesting because if you guys know Paulie Jose, let me tell you something about Paulie Jose. He is the only priest I know who could talk about someone peeing on the world in a sermon and totally get away with it. He's a very effective preacher. He uses a lot of humor. I mean, a lot of them do. Father Felix is also funny. But Paulie Jose was just funny because I didn't know we had an exorcist. When I started asking around about it, and they told me it was Paulie Jose, and we met up, we came over, and we recorded the episode, there was like way too much laughing talking to an exorcist. You know what I mean? But it was real, right? And we all know that humor is a coping mechanism, and maybe that's how Paulie Jose is able to go into these situations where, I mean, his life's at risk, right? He's able to go into these situations with confidence that he needs, right? So check that out. It's going to debut Facebook Live 11:30. It's the Tatamona Tales. I've still got a couple more episodes. We're going to try and get them all out by Halloween, right, for the end of the month. And thank you guys so much for your kind words on the first episode, which was with Dr. Marilyn Salas Walter. That was a lot of fun. She was just so cute and really wanted to put on a presentation, if you will, about the Tatamona. So again, it's on the KUAM Podcast Network. We have a lot of great content on the KUAM Podcast Network, from Talks with Toss to Hafid Eidzut with Glenn and Josh, to Quintosta Pagu with Uncle Ken Conception. He's got a new episode coming out tomorrow. He'll be on the show to talk about that. To One with Grief, Kate Baltazar Dodge, the One Micronesia podcast, of course, one of our flagship podcasts, right up there with Crimes Without Convictions by Sabrina Salas Matanani, Sean Gumatautau. That's it. That's all. Like I said, we have a lot of great content on the KUAM Podcast Network. And Jason, where can they get the KUAM Podcast Network?
So just basically go into your favorite podcast application. Just search KUAM Podcast Network. If you're an Apple Podcast, if you're on Amazon, Audible, Spotify, Google Podcasts, or if you just want to find one-stop shopping, just go to KUAM.com and put the mouse all the way at the top where it says listen, and then choose podcast. And then you can subscribe to any of our podcasts, like individually, if you want to do the organization thing and separate all of them. Or if you're on Apple Podcasts, Chris, you can we've actually made like a channel. You get everything all in one shot.
Dude, are you serious? You mean I got a podcast that's on the Apple Podcast? No way. Get out of here. Guam has podcasts on there? That's crazy. No, I know, because I was scrolling it and I was like, wow, that's really cool.
When I was configuring your podcast, I had to take my time because, when you're registering with Apple and it says, podcast contains adult language, yes, no. And I was like, I had to think about that one for a sec.
Well, it is talking about Tatamona. That is some grown-up talk.
Yeah.
9:55. We're going to take a quick break and come back and close out the show. That's Chamorro style. We take a break just to get off. It's next, right here on the link. Good morning.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now. The Tatamona Tales. October on the KUAM Podcast Network.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Say hello to the first Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With Money Map, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With Money Map from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Welcome back to The Link, everybody, on Thursday, and we saved the best for last because we have one piece of business to get to, or I should say one slice of business to get to.
Day.
We're giving away pizza. Who's a writer?
Day.
So we have some pizza to give away by one of our favorite pizza places on the island.
Yeah.
Vitalis.
Oh, man. Let me tell you, their pizza, there's something with the sauce. It's so good. There's a little bit of sweetness, and then the cheese. I don't know what kind of cheese they're using, but
It's very, very
stretchy.
Stretchy, yeah. And I've been going to Vitalis since, do you remember when they first started?
Yeah.
They were on
Harmon
Industrial Park.
They actually used to be at the end of the road here around where Harmon Mart was.
Yeah.
Right? And they were actually called Pizza Queen.
Yes.
Yep.
Like way in the back, and it was a little bit of a chore to get to, but I mean, we're so happy to see Mr. Vitali have the success that he is.
Thriving,
yeah, they're in Tumon now. It's a beautiful facility, and they have signed on, so they are part of this Pizza Month celebration, and we want to give you a gift certificate to Vitali's. You are never going to forget it. It's the meal that keeps on giving, and a 12-pack of Pepsi.
How's that?
So all we need you to do is call 637-0094. First winner wins.
Yeah.
First correct caller. And we just need you to say, okay, and pay attention because this is going to get very, very technical.
It's a tough question here, Jay. I don't know if our audience can handle this.
I know.
one. I don't know, Jay.
You can Google it if you wish, all right? I need you to tell us how many cheeses are in a quattro formaggi pizza. How many cheeses are in a quattro formaggi pizza?
Okay, so how many cheeses are in a quattro formaggi pizza? We'll take the first correct caller, 637-0094. Tough one, Jay. I don't know, man. You might have stumped it. We have the smartest audience.
I know, but
such a smart audience.
This one's going to take a while.
I mean, I don't know. I hope they got their thinking Zori on. Let's take it to the phones here. The Link, good morning. Who's this?
Ken.
Jen?
Ken.
Ken. Hi, Ken. Good morning, my friend.
Good morning, Ken.
How are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
Pretty good. You know, we're just wrapping up the show, just trying to give away this pizza from Vitali's and give you a nice 12-pack ice cold Pepsi.
It's got your name on it, bro. All you got to do is just...
So.
Tough question, though. I don't know,
Hit the
Ken.
bullseye.
I mean, you sound like a smart guy, but I don't know, you know. I don't want to get my hopes up. But tell us, how many different cheeses are in a quattro formaggi pizza?
I think 4.
Is that your final answer?
Final answer.
Okay, Jay?
You don't want to consult Google or maybe like calling a buddy? 4 is the final answer.
Final answer. I'll take my chances.
No, he's taking his chances.
All right.
It's a good chance to take because quattro, I mean...
Nailed it.
Yes. Quattro means 4, guys.
Yeah. And especially in a culture where it's derived of Spanish. It was kind of obvious. Hey, Ken, we're happy to give it to you, man.
Thank you.
Are you a fan of Vitali's restaurant already?
Yeah, and I remember when it was in Harmon, like behind Kmart. Long
Yeah.
time, I suspect.
Yep, behind
Yeah.
Kmart. Yeah.
Dude, I know it's pizza National Pizza Month, and they have some great pies over there at Vitali's. But I love to get their. I just get the plain cheese pizza, and then I get the the white sauce, the fettuccine alfredo with the chicken, bro. And what I do, bro, and this is a cheat day kind of thing, is I take the cheese pizza and I freaking smash it down in that fettuccine alfredo sauce.
That's not just cheat day. That's like infidelity on your
Right.
diet, man.
Yeah, and then I chow that, then I go with my Pepsi, just like that. Like that.
That's your diet's Chapmac right there.
That's
not
it,
just
bro.
cheat
That's
day.
it. Ken, hold on. Kay, we're going to close the show, and then I'm going to get all your info.
Congratulations, Ken.
All right. Hey, Link Fam, KUAM TV. Guys, it's been great on this Thursday for Sabrina Sauce Matanani. My name is Chris.
I'll be back.
And Joe, sir, Jason. Thank you guys so much. Está. Adios.
The world of television is moving.